Welcome back, everyone, to MCC Cincinnati for today's coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship. As we continue on with round 4 action, the Summer Speed 'em Fest continues here today. Justin Prince with you alongside Taylor Burris, and we just received word we are ready racing as of a couple moments ago. We get ready to go racing here, Taylor, with 206 Master.
Yes, we are indeed, as the field works their way around the circuit here for their warm-up lap, and we are about to go racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap as McCorkadale and Newsel will lead us on the front row. Kennedy and Alan Elwood will be in row 2, Hastings, Michael Wells in row 3, Chris Gorman, Matt Geis in row 4, with Mike Doty and Matthew Lyda rounding out the top 10. As the sun is out, storms are all around the track right now, but no rain expected till after 5 o'clock, so we are looking clean and green for the most part.
There's a look at the visual for those standings just talked about here for today. For some reason, McCorkadale's card not there on the screen, but he is in that gap that's supposed to be there on that screen. 16 cards are on the entry list here today as we get ready for our pre-final. Again, our pre-final distances entering today for this class about 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's see how things fare out here in this one. As they reach their way through the tram lines, green, green, green. Clock is rolling. We're underway. And McCorkadale able to clear on by as they work their way to turn 2.
Everyone makes it clean through here as they work through turns 2 and 3 onto the back half of the course here before they enter into the hairpin. And there you see a couple of drivers, the 00, Sean Kennedy, moving up to second place. Joey Newsel now as Kennedy tries to set himself in the Gillard to go for a chance at the race lead here in the pre-finals. Heading into the second hairpin, no chance for pass at the moment, but everyone now lined up nose to stern, following in the path of Evan McCorkadale as they're 2 and 3 wide further back outside the top 10.
Never peaked that time, involving Kennedy looked like there for a split second. Now he takes the full poke. Kennedy moves his way up the inside, makes the move, brings the triple one of Newsel with them. Oh wow, there's a hearty slide on through. Looks to be Elwood able to jump his way up to the point. Elwood looking to make up for a rough start to the weekend from yesterday. This race looking clean. Remember, it was mechanical failures that put him in the back in yesterday's final. This pre-final, he starts up front on lap 1.
A little bit of an investigation, though, happening for the 33 of Austin winner for avoidable contact. So that we'll be keeping an eye on as well. We'll see how that plays out. But right now, Alan Elwood leading the charge here as he works his way around the circuit and looking to try to cap off the weekend with a strong running for him to get valuable points. Right behind Sean Kennedy and McCorkadale is now going to just set themselves up right along, see if the top 3 can pull away from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, that's easier said than done to be able to pull away, right? We've seen with these cards, it's momentum based. You have to work together. It's not that much of a draft factor. It's more so, do you have the raw speed in your kart and the average pace as a driver to be able to stay lockstep? And as they make their way down the front straightaway, they stay lockstep together. Everyone's staying in a line and working together all aboard the choo-choo train as Kennedy continues to push Elwood.
Kennedy doing a great job. He's trying to see if he can make it a 2-kart breakaway from him and Elwood ahead of McCorkadale, who's now starting to be spaced out. Then you have Joey Newsel all by himself as we have a pass for 5th position between Michael Wells and Derek Hastings. Those two go side by side a little further back as we watch the leaders enter into the second hairpin, and looks like Michael Wells will lose that spot to Derek Hastings for the moment, but Wells gets back around as they come out of the hairpin, heading through the chicane up to the top of the hill.
About 11, they rumble as they make their way through. And the tough thing about this is, and this is why we're not seeing as much urgency as some may say, oh, why not make the pass now? Why not go for it if you have a chance? if you go for it too early, you cost yourself valuable race time and overall track position if you don't make the pass work. And the tough thing about this is the top three have the cushion because they're working together. Nuzzo struggling to keep up here. So it's a cat and mouse game right now, Taylor. It's the question on who's going to be the cat, who's going to be the mouse, and who's going to be the laser pointer that you can throw into the mix too, maybe to chase the cat as well.
Absolutely. Right now, Alan Elwood is currently that laser pointer, as McCorkadale is the cat, trying to see if he can find his way to catch back up to the rear bumper of Sean Kennedy and see if they can go chase down your race leader here, as there's a little bit about a kart length separation between each of your top three. Then you got about 3 kart lengths back to Joey Nuzzel, who's all by himself at the moment. But here comes McCorkadale setting up a pass a little further back. Some more passing happening as well between Hastings and Michael Wells, which Wells will lose a spot. Corman as well will move up a spot as well, getting around Michael Wells in the 60 as they snake their way through the S's out of the final corner.
Quick, efficient move once again from Hastings. Yesterday he was in the lead pack and was able to battle. This time around, Hastings not in that conversation here as Elwood starts to run away, and Alan Elwood continues to build the buffer up at the front. Hastings was Gorman with them on the racetrack. They try and sort things out there. Send to the inside by Gorman. Makes the move. Or attempt in the top 5 at least. Hastings able to hold on in front in the black suit. The Elwood Motorsport team is the one in front though for the time being. Once the teams that had a new look logo unveiled by Elwood recently. So a different outlook and a different approach in terms of the graphical design for that Coyote kart entering this weekend. As they look to try and continue to build up this buffer up front.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that Coyote machine as well. Very much a staple when it comes to 206 racing here as they work their way 2 minutes, 15 seconds plus a lap to go. As Alan Elwood still leads the charge. The top 4 have broken away by over 2 seconds before they reach Derek Hastings, as the 34 machine goes around Derek Hastings for the 5th spot, as Gorman now trying to work his way up further, but so far Hastings battles back down on the inside. Gorman slots back into P6.
Yeah, they've been scrapping out pretty hard for this 5th position all throughout this race. They still have less than 2 minutes to be able to decide how they want to fare things out, all while the leaders go choo-choo. Elwood, we talked about this previously on broadcast, is amongst those a part of the iRacing design community, amongst those who designs for Simrack Market, which provides templates essentially for people to design their own paint schemes and to be able to take inspiration from a marketplace, buy one of the template groupings for your paint scheme, and then go from there in terms of how you want to design a race car. So very graphically inclined, of course, is Elwood. He's also meticulously inclined as a 2-time champion here at this track of the series, as the battle keeps up for 5th.
Watching on that battle for P5 as they work their way around the circuit. So far, no changes up at the front. Elwood doing everything he can in that Coyote. Kennedy and the Gillard right there behind, as well as McCorkadale and Nuzzel. No changes. Everyone just trying to be in lockstep with each other, setting up for that final lap that's going to be happening here in about 35 seconds.
Somebody's going to have to go eventually here. The question is who. Elwood right now still holds on for now. Kennedy looks for a small swoop, backs up the corner instead. And it looks like it's going to be close to see where they're going to go on time. If they're going to get the white flag or not, it looks like we will. There it is, white flag is out, final time around here in this pre-final. Elwood's built a small buffer of at least a kart length. Will it stand up over the course of this lap?
Watch on. Here comes Kennedy with a big push from McCorkadale as they head down to the first hairpin. Nose to tail, McCorkadale trying to push a little bit of the envelope. He'll move up to P2 with a beautiful pass. Now he sets his sights on Elwood for the race lead into the second hairpin. Here they go. He tries to over-under, not able to do so, but he gets alongside to that rear tire of Elwood, drops back in line.
Will there be a poke around now from McCorkadale, who's got a good head of steam here? Elwood goes middle. McCorkadale thought about going left. He tries to go outside. Contact! Kennedy uproots him, offset 3 wide. So had to back out of it. He was on the curbing and now has a problem with the 111. He stopped on the racetrack on the final time around. Coming to the checker flag, Elwood looks to hold on, will hold on. It's Elwood who wins the pre-final.
How about that for Alan Elwood to take home the checker flag in the 206 pre-final? But for Joey Newzil, I hate to say it, it's going to be it's an outside top 10 finish as he did get it fired back up. But where will he finish? 13th. So almost a 10-spot loss there for the 111.
Big swing after being the lead pack the entire run. That's what happens when one incident can take things away at a snap of a finger. With drivers being reminded just prior to the running that we are ready racing today, things should go pretty quickly in terms of the run through this field. Yesterday, with the ready racing and the 1 minute reduced laps, or races overall, I should say, that reduced about a lap or so per race. Drivers finished up 30 minutes ahead of schedule by the end of the pre-finals. Should be in a similar ballpark here today. So people keep in mind that we may be going quickly on through these orders. 206 Jr. just got the command to fire up their engines here, Taylor, for our second pre-final. 14 karts ready to rumble.
Absolutely, and for those of you out there in the paddock, make sure you keep an ear out, listen out, and be ready to join the grid once this next group goes out here as the 206 Juniors waiting from the officials to give them the all clear to join on to the track as we wait for mechanics and coaches to clear the grid. And we're waiting for an official word, and we should be pulling out here momentarily for your 206 Junior category.
Everyone just making sure the final safety checks, just waiting for the word from race control to be able to go here onto the racetrack. Right now, by the way, weather conditions, it depends on who you look at. Some expect spot showers. In terms of the weather radars, others expecting to stay cloudy. In our words, get your weather rocks ready. Where do you get a weather rock? Find a pebble, put it up on top of the fencing, let's say, and see if it's going to stay there. And then from there, see if it's wet when the raindrops start to fall, if they do fall. Now, let's take a look at the running order here. Dickon Snyder, Sam Tutwiler on the front row, Azale Maxey in third, with Edward Klein in fourth. Leighton Mull and Cooper Mull round with the top 6 rows. George Ma and Evan Frey in 7th and 8th. Eli Furnish and Lila Beck round with the top 10 today. Will Richard and Vince Krasuski, followed by Kason Batham, and then it's Aliana Dixon rounding out the field here today. Already doubling up and ready to fire off soon. Run through that order one more time here. That's actually the master pre-final run order, but these drivers getting their tires all warmed up here as right now the sun beating hard onto the racetrack.
That's going to make the track very greasy indeed as they make their way through the final couple of corners. There you see the clouds in the background billowing up, looking mighty dark out there. But hopefully it stays away for the most part so we can get in all the racing action here today as field comes out of the final corner for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here in your pre-finals for the 206 Junior.
Ready to go racing here in the next moments or so for this class for their pre-final. They're at, you can walk quicker than this roll to the pace lap right now. They are playing it very cautious. The field was given the word to make sure they didn't fire off into that blue cone you see near the end of the tram lines to be able to make sure they stay up to speed. Green, 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 underway. A couple drivers in the back starting to lose ground, but up front, Snyder plays the lines, blocks the lanes, holds on to the lead.
Tegan Schneider does a great job on that opening couple of corners here, and there you see Sam Tutwiler following suit in the number 9. Then you have Maxie Klein and the Mole brothers battling it out for that final step in third as they work their way to that second hairpin. So far, a little bit of a breakaway for your top 2 as the rest of the field starts to stack back up to see if they can make a run for your top 2.
Top 2 with a great fire off. Once again, we've seen these two work together nicely in qualifying. That seemed to have carried over now to the race here today. All the back end, Tutwiler pushing Snyder out as far out as they can. Build that buffer over the rest of the track as they make their way to the final corners. The choo-choo train stretches all the way as far back as 12th right now. Dixon seems to have lost ground in the opening lap, but the battle's on for second. Klein trying to fake out Tutwiler, going inside through 2. Slips on through, but too strong. Tutwiler takes the spot back inside.
Great over-under there by Tutwiler as he works his way through. And now with Klein making that mistake, that opens the door for Maxie and the Mole brothers to now go and challenge Adler Klein for that third spot. Heading zone.
See the ball rumble their way up the hillside now. Tutwiler now looks to try and regather the momentum. Get back up to Snyder quickly. Seems to have got it back up there exactly where it needs to be near immediately. But drivers like Maxie starting to get a little antsy, it looks like, in the line. Took some small pokes there for a split second, but now they all get lined up once again. And right now, it's about picking your spots and making sure you make the move in the right position. And right now, this field making it clear with Maxie now in third. Maxie's amongst those that seems to want to go places pretty quickly, able to close up quickly through 2.
Field now works their way towards the back half of the course into that first hairpin, and so far Schneider doing what he needs to do. Tutwiler trying to just stay in that toe of the draft. Maxie comfortable in third position as they work into that second hairpin. No major changes up towards the front of the field as they stay lockstep, single file. That choo-choo train continues to expand all the way outside the top 10.
5 minutes to work with now. So far, the racing for the lead, very calm compared to yesterday where we've seen some classes almost have a chess match break out into a dodgeball match to be able to battle for the race lead, then pick up the opportunity to try and catch drivers off guard. So far in this race, it's gone right down to the numbers on how you would expect this style of racing to go. Plot, plan, wait, try and sort things out. Everyone thinking big picture here, Taylor, as it looks like Snyder has a problem. He didn't have a good run out of 2 and loses the lead of Tutwiler.
It's a tough break right here. He gathers it back up.
Yes, indeed, and that's the tough thing now, Taylor. Snyder, I don't think, got a good corner exit, was about to say, and now everything's back up for grabs up for the race lead if they start to see that as a sign to start to push and battle.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm curious to see what happened right there for those drivers right at the moment. I mean, that was a terrible exit there for Schneider and Tutwiler, so this changes the whole outlook of the running order as they come out of the final corner And so far, Tegan Schneider has some work to do with 3.5 minutes, plus that extra lap as they come across the front straightaway here. Let's see if anyone tries to poke their nose out to set up for the pass, but Tutwiler, Maxi Schneider all the way back to P4. He's got some work to do as Tutwiler leads the charge here in the pre-final.
Absolutely here, coming to 3 minutes to go in this one. Will there be any slipping, any sliding through the pack here is the question. Right now, no major looks around yet. Looks like Maxi, at the very least, head on a swivel, trying to keep an eye on some of the other drivers to keep an eye on what moves to be able to make here. So, this time through, ducks down a little bit, stays in the choo-choo train, no slipping on through. Klein does take a move though, and hits the leader! Turns around Tutwiler. Klein, it's a 3-kart stack up in the final corners. The 9, the 33, and one other driver all stuck together, and Maxi able to get on through for the lead. Now having to play some defense as drivers like Snyder join back into the conversation. Also in the conversation now too is Leighton Mall.
Championship implications happening here in the pre-final for Schneider. That will put him, or Tutwiler, out of the race. Adler, Klein, and Lila Beck also involved in this incident as we watch Maxi, Schneider, and Mole jockeying for position for your top 3. Heading down to the second hairpin, your top 3 starting to separate from Eli Furnish as they head out of there. So far, Mole staying tucked up behind Schneider and Maxi. No one making a move just yet with 1:40 to go.
Near immediately, penalty, Adler Klein, incident responsibility with Kart 9, Sam Tutwiler. 5-second penalty given to the 3, so that may put him in the back. Lila Beck was the 3rd kart involved. There's still karts in the middle of the racetrack. Oh my goodness, they go to the outside. They're able to dodge the kart park in the racing groove as they come down to the final minute and 10 seconds. Maxi's thrown off. They're offset 3 wide. They are 3 wide. Now an inside Mole makes the move, makes the pass on Snyder.
That would have been dangerous right there. They're still battling it for position, but how about Mole getting his positioning and setting himself up for the race lead? But here they go down to the bottom of the racetrack. We see Schneider going back around to get the spot, and it looks like he does clear the position back up in front of the field, heading down into the braking zone of that second hairpin. So far, so good, but watch out, because here comes Isaiah Maxi in, ready to go, and they're bringing in more competitors of Furnish and George Ma.
Now this has turned into a wild one. What did I say? Something sparks into dodgeball match. Comes a dodge 'em sort of event. All 3 karts are off the racetrack. Now Snyder working back and forth with Mole for this lead. Gonna be close on time yet again, but it looks like it's gonna be white flag. Final time around. This is not over, Mole. Starting to swoop around. Snyder goes hard on defensive in the 2. Forces back Mole on the speed. Mole resets, trying to find a way to peel alongside the 90.
He's going to try to start white lining it around the circuit, keeping everyone behind, but he's got to be careful with that because one false step and it could open the door for any one of these 3 competitors behind him as they head into the second hairpin. How about the big send down to the bottom we'll see from Maxi as he makes contact with the 91 of Eli Furnish. They now drop back a couple of spots. It's now between Leighton Mole and Tegan Schneider as they come up to the top of the hill for the final time here in your 206 Jr Pre-Final. We see Schneider go on the defensive. Mole stay tucked up behind, see if he can try something in the boot.
Here we go, tries it from the outside. Try to set something up, Mole. Trying to find a swooping line. Snyder parks it around, coming out of the final corner. It's Tegan Snyder. After losing ground in the mid-race, things go his way after a stack up. Maxi celebrates a podium in the pre-final as Snyder gets to celebrate the win. Leighton Mole finishes in second. Eli Furnish, I should correct myself, was that third person. But my goodness, what a finish. And what a stretch. A lot of karts. Going to need cleanup here after this one here, Taylor.
We're going to need to clean up some karts off the track, about 3 of them right there. But for Adler Klein, he will be starting tail end Charlie here once this is all said and done. But while we wait for cleanup, Justin, I think we can maybe take a few moments to break here. And as I see some umbrellas coming out.
We're back.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these
All right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Brandon, why are there all these
All right, stop.
Welcome back to MCC Cincinnati after and still is a bit of a cleanup period for many of these drivers. The sun umbrellas are still out for some of these competitors as they try and keep the shade before we go racing in our next class 206 Senior. Looks like they've now got the command to roll after a while here, and we'll see how they stack up here, Taylor. Qualifying was dominated by Braden Heber, but from what we've seen, there's a chance this can go either way. A Heber runaway or the entire field squabbles, depending on how this start is approached and then how that short to mid-run pace goes.
Absolutely, Justin, as we will see what happens here, but Braden Heber is definitely going to be the dominant force to reckon with this weekend, as well as he looks to lead the charge once again here in his number 8 machine as they work their way up to start up towards the start-finish line and get set for their pre-final event here today at MCC. And as they do so, it's Heber, Hagerman, Iannello, Deegan, Degenhardt, your top 5, then Ball, Gorman, Lanter, Smith, Schmidt, and William Speck and Larry Pike, rounding out the 12 kart field here in your 206 senior category.
So we're just about ready to go here. Burt keeps the field at pace. Clouds starting to reform over the racetrack. From what the reports are around the racetrack, it feels hot. The air feels very thick right now. The racing able to fill that air with the sounds of reverberated motors. Heber ready to control the pack as green light is on. We're underway. And this time it's a better start compared to yesterday's final for Heber. He clears to turn 2.
Side by side for second place as they work their way through a gaggle of karts here as they head down into the first hairpin, nose to tail. Hagerman trying to see if he can put the pressure on of Braden Heber, but Heber powers through to about a kart length lead over the rest of the competition as they head into the second hairpin. That machine, it is lockstep in pulling away from the competition, heading down through the S's to the top of the hill.
Pulling up and pulling away already by 4 kart lengths with that distance being built by the 8 machine. Good start for Heber from him as the 2nd through 5th train tries to be able to regroup. And that's the thing with these karts I've noticed with the 206s. Yeah, teamwork can work, makes sometimes the dream work, but it's in KA100 a lot more prevalent, that draft effect, to be able to close up as a unit. The momentum is so important. Looks like Deegan amongst those who did not get a good start. He's fallen all the way down to 12th on the pylon, by the way.
That is not a good run right there for Wyatt Deegan. Has a lot of work to do, and he is struggling out there right now for pace. And I got to say, he might pull it in next time by, because that kart is not healthy by the looks of it, by his pace at the time being. But right now, Heber has checked out to a 0.7 of a second lead. We see Hagerman, Iannello, and Degenhart trying to work together to see if they can try and chase down your race leader.
Right now looking lockstep on the runaway. Yeah, the pack has now splintered 2 for good measure here. LA is amongst those who've moved up a spot. Everyone's moved up a spot, essentially everybody in Choo-Choo Train. It's for Deegan, by the way, he had a tram line under investigation. The investigation just closed, no further action. But there is a tram line investigation for Owen Malley now next. So some drivers did have a tram line violation. Important to stay in the lines before you're told to go here.
Oh boy, that's going to cause some issues and definitely a penalty or two if that is the case for Owen, as he might lose a little bit of positioning and time, especially with him running so well right now at the moment.
Let's see where the investigation's live. We'll let you know once we know that information, but with 5 minutes to go. 8 still well in control. You see them up the hillside as they come out from where the pylon is. And this part of the racetrack brings so much grip roll around this part. It provides passing chances, but you're basically two-wheeling it for the most part in this area all throughout. And how you attack the corner in of itself can change depending on a KA car compared to a 206 in terms of the motor chassis and how things are played out between the karts. It's set up a battle instead. Now Hagerman and Iannello starting to fight a little bit.
They certainly are fighting quite a bit here, and we'll see how this all plays out amongst the two of them as they continue to battle and lose even more, as penalty given for Owen Mall with a 3-second time penalty. So that will cost him significantly as he tries to see if he can beat it. Currently right now, he has about a 2.4 second advantage over 6th place of Tanner Gorman.
So that's going to, at the very minimum, drop the 324 back a spot or 2 on the pylon. The end of this pre-final, no matter what here. Leaders continue to see things break away, similar to the rinse and repeat cycle from yesterday's pre-final in terms of speed from the 8 on this short to mid-run. Now it's going to be interesting. Where will these battles for second go? They are trying to work together here, but the thing is, they're 3/10 off. Iannello not able to close up at all with Hagerman trying to push him.
Hagerman's trying every which way he can to push Addison Iannello up towards the race lead, but there is no chance of it at the moment. They're 1.3 seconds back. They got to start working together a little bit, not jockeying around, and so far they're doing that, but it might be too little too late.
some of the air packs, by the way. Lanter, very rough day yesterday. Ended up being a part of the DQ list yesterday with a mechanical flag and then a black flag. That put him dead last in the pre-final. Then recover to about 9th or 10th or so towards the back of the field. But this race, able to have no issues, no mechanical flags out. He did just get passed though, quickly by Deegan. He's trying to make up for lost time from the beginning of this race. So Lancer doing his job, logging laps here and learning the track. He tries to hold back Smith in the pack.
Wyatt Deegan trying to charge his way back through the field after his issues early on. He's now up to P7. So he's got a little bit of work to do to catch up to Tanner Gorman. Currently, it's about half a second he can maybe make up on his competitors. So maybe actually scratch that 2 seconds behind. He's got some work to do here. With a minute and a half, though, I think he's going to stay comfortable in 7th for the time being.
Meanwhile, that battle for second, Iannello still holds on to it. At the time being Addison Iannello. Just looking to maintain, do the job, turn the laps. Able to go from there. One of the drivers that runs CK competition at the national level in terms of speed, Addison. So far, looking very solid. Turned 17 a few weeks ago. Just maintaining speed here in this race here today. Stay at lockstep. Once the drivers that were welcome to the Coyote Motorsports team back a few months ago in terms of the team development. So Iannello, once those gaining some notoriety as a driver in this region and starting to get some national starts.
Looking over for the penalty that Owen Mall will serve, he currently will be able to hold on to that fifth position over Tanner Gorman. The gap between himself and Tanner is now at about 7 seconds. So as Wyatt Deegan is around Tanner Gorman for the 6th spot. So he's going to definitely try to put the power down and make up some time. But with 6 seconds plus a lap to go, let's see if we get the white flag this time by. No, we do not. One more time, 2 more laps to go for your leaders.
Hagerman still providing lots of pressure. One of the drivers who's made appearances before in series such as the Canon Team Cup. On top of being able to run at tracks like this one. Just maintaining the ability to stay in lockstep. Trying to find a way around Addison. So far, the run just has not come for the 91 to be able to make this move. Coming up to the white flag this time around for this field. Degenhardt still in the popcorn seat if things boil over for this fight for second here, Taylor.
They are certainly about to boil over indeed as they come through the final couple of corners to get the white flag side by side for position between Iannello and Hagerman. Degenhardt also right there in the hunt as well. If any of these two drivers make a mistake, he's there to capitalize and have a shot of a podium finish here in the pre-final event as he works his way across white flag in the air. And as they do so, heading down into turn 1, Hagerman holding off and gets the spot ahead of Iannello.
Coming around, final time around. Which way will this fight now go is the huge question. Iannello trying to find a way back around Hagerman. Looks over the shoulder. She tries to set something up. Making the way through turn 7. Iannello with a good run. Not going to take the run up the hillside. Going to wait for the passing opportunity to open up. Waiting for a chance to be able to rumble through 12, 13, and 14. Middle of the racetrack, Iannello not taking it yet. Will be in 13. Took a lot of curbing. That takes away the chance. Coming up to the checker flag, Braden Heber come out of the final corner. A dominant race for Braden. The 8 machine Pulls away by more than 2 seconds on the way to the checkered. Hagerman and Ionello the top 3. Degenhart in 4th. LA may very likely get 5th, as you said, Taylor, because that separation. Looks like the answer is going to be yes for that over Deegan. So, good race. Brandon Hebert, quite simply, showcasing speed. If you put the 8 in front in clean air, it will take off today, Taylor.
Absolutely. He is definitely going to be the driver to beat, period, here in your 206 Senior category as the cadets get ready to roll out onto the circuit. Hagerman, Ionello, they got to figure something out here in order for the finals to have a shot of taking the fight to Hebert, because Hebert's just going to walk away by this time when we go racing later today.
Next grid on screen, the cadets. Hayden Lawson are ready to show why his kart is a rocket. Drew Snyder will be in second. Hunter McBride start third. Colton Hoops in 4th. Wyatt Huntsbarger next. And Johan Karthikeyan will start in the next spot. Kian will be in the 6th position. So, look top to bottom of the running order for 206 Cadet today. And Hayden Lawson in particular, he has been mightily quick, to say the very least. What do you do to stop the Superman that is number 10?
Oh, goodness. There's really not a whole lot you can do. I mean, the only thing I can think of is get a really good start on the competition here in order to make it work for him. But so far, no one has been able to stop that number 10 machine at all this weekend. And as they head out onto the track, Hayden Lawson will lead the charge once again. And I got to say, Drew Schneider, Hunter McBride have got to try something here on this pre-final on the start.
So they get themselves rolling for this race. 8 minutes on the clock for these classes as we continue through our already racing sequence of events here. We are still on schedule in terms of timing, by the way, for those keeping track of your racing schedules at the racetrack. Right now, we're still in line for what would be on the printed sheets. So, the 6 drivers ready to do battle. What do you keep an eye on here, Taylor, for the start?
Well, we got to watch and keep an eye on how these drivers line themselves up, because we know in these lower cadet categories, junior categories, sometimes they're a little bit eager to get on the start and get on the loud pedal. So they got to be careful here on how the start is. We don't want any tram line violations. We don't want any drivers jumping the start to where we have to re-rack them and restack them again. So that's the critical part here amongst these drivers in this 206 cadet category. Remember, the blue cones is where they can take off anytime, anywhere after that. And of course, no passing till they cross that those white cones, start finish line, and we will see how this all plays out. Officials telling them, hey, slow it up a little bit. Let's get ready to go. Stay in your tram lines. Let's see if we get the green flag here. And yes, we do. But there was some tram line crossing right there, I do got to say.
No, we did not. False start.
False start?
Yeah, I didn't like how that looked on the outside line there with Snyder. And I think we're going to have to try this again.
Yeah, that was for sure a major switching of lanes right there and false start. So try it again. Let's see here. Remember, like we said, be careful. That's what could cost you the chance of a good finish or a win or receiving a penalty.
Yes. So we'll try this one more time. Got to get the full base lap in. Clock is not moving, mind you, so to get re-squared away as the blue cone gets put back into position. So, we'll keep an eye on how they get things squared away this time. This is going to be a difficult race, I think, for Lawson, or rather for people to trying sort of what they can do to keep this 10 machine of Lawson. Now they'll have to try it again in terms of timing up this fire off. So here we go, coming up to the tram lines this time. Slow rolling once again to be able to get to those lines. Gotta stay in between them. Gotta make sure you don't go too early. Being told slow down, pump, pump, gas, gas, go, go, off and away. And this time Snyder drops back to third. McBride jumps to second.
How about that jump right there for McBride to get there? Now he's got a good run out of that corner. He may try to set something up for Lawson and take the race lead away here as they head into that first hairpin. Not close enough to try anything there as we see Hayden Lawson now stretch it out to about a kart length over the driver of Hunter McBride and Drew Schneider as Schneider is under attack from Wyatt Huntsparker.
Huntsparker trying to get himself into position where he was yesterday, where he was in the conversation for some podium runs before contact. Right now losing some ground in the stretch down the straightaway. Oh, wow. They make their way through. Snyder providing lots of pressure. Already some send attempts going on. Looks like Snyder McBride ready to do some training of lines. That time a bit defensive as Lawson runs away. McBride tries to play the lines as Snyder goes for second.
Schneider tries to go for second, completes the pass, and is now in P2 right now. The gap between the top two is now 0.8 of a second, so Schneider has a little bit of work to do here as he tries to break away from McBride and Wyatt Huntsparker here as they come into that first hairpin. And big wide corner right there for the driver of Hunter McBride. That gives the position to Wyatt Huntsparker for third.
Did not have a good corner on the far side of the racetrack at all over there, and now have to be able to sort things out on his own to be able to try and get at least one spot back. Lots of dirt kick up that time out of turn 11. Might have once again been McBride, who's lost another 4 or 5 kart lengths to third spot. And one of the main things to keep an eye on, Lawson, very good in that snail section that you talked about. He's just been able to run away through the launch so far in that section and coming out through the technical areas. He's just that fast and able to keep that throttle planted nearly.
He absolutely is, and continues to do a great job of that run. Schneider trying everything he can. He lost a second last time by as Lawson is just putting him down and picking him up with the lap time to 1:08.65, a full second faster than the rest of the competition.
Indeed. See them all getting set here. So at this point, what goes through your mind specifically when you have the separations build up like this, when you're just trying to log the laps like we're getting right here around the circuit?
Well, right now, if you're anyone in the top 3 at the moment, it's just learn more about that track, learn more what you can accomplish to lay down some quicker lap times, make improvement on your handling of the kart, and then go back to your mechanic or your coach and point out what things you need to work on, what adjustments you could possibly make to help you get around the circuit a little bit better. Because right now, when you're still showing a second slower than your competitors ahead of you, you need some work to work on and some things to try to make adjustments for in order to try and have a better shot of going toe-to-toe with your competitor in the finals later today. But of course, it's all learning experience for these cadets. They're just trying to figure out what the best line is, and we saw that from the driver like Hunter McBride, who went a little too wide. That's something he needs to go back and think about what he could have done better to hold off Drew Schneider and Wyatt Huntsparker.
now, we continue to see these drivers ride along, build up their runs at this point. Everyone getting all separated out. We'll say, I talked about this a little bit yesterday about the facility. Beautiful racetrack. Been talked about as almost the Augusta of racing circuits here in the karting scene, with how pristine this track is. You have that club feel when it comes to going inside the clubhouse and being able to rest up there, have some chance to cook your own meals maybe a little bit. No, there's now some different machines that you can have in terms of some beverages inside that clubhouse as well. You have that golf club-like locker room where drivers can prepare in terms of some of the teams in there. This racetrack is very nice. It's a nice facility to go to in person.
Hands down, one of the most best maintained courses in all of North America here in Batavia, Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. I mean, no matter what time of year it is, it's always a green track pretty much, with how well maintained the Bailiff family has done here with keeping up. And of course, it doesn't hurt either that the owners of the track literally live only a couple of feet from this track here as they work their way around the circuit. So big bonus for them as well when they want to come out and test and get ready for their future events for the team here at Trinity Karting Group. As we watch the field work their way through, it is still Hayden Lawson with a 4.7 second advantage over Drew Schneider with 2 minutes plus a lap to go.
Just cruising along at this point in this race is all you can really say. Snyder comfortable in his position, Huntsbarger comfortable in his position, McBride looking like things could get close with Hoops still providing some pressure back there with Orthican also back there, but it's still about finishing up these laps correctly, making sure there's no off tracks. We really want to be able to finish out strong here on this run. And the thing about this track too, this racetrack, as time goes on, gets more and more trickier in terms of the line, in terms of the momentum you can carry. Seeming like some of these drivers starting to put down a lot of rubber buildup in that final section.
See what happens here with a minute to go plus 1 lap. By how it's going right now, they should get the white flag next time by here as well, as we watch this battle further back between Hunter McBride and Johan Kartkian, who is working his way up, trying to see if he can get a better starting spot for the finals later today.
So it should be getting the white flag pretty soon here in this one, as Lawson makes his way on around the racetrack, continues to just dominate this run. MCC Cincinnati. See them make their way down the straightaway, and some of these battles forming up now on the racetrack. A little bit of a close-up, a lot of close-up by Huntsbarger this lap on Snyder. Giving Snyder someone to fend off here. As there's the white flag. White flag is out. Final time around for Lawson. Just needs to be able to stay focused for one more circuit.
One more time around here for Lawson as he continues to hold the line here and run a smooth and consistent race. So far, so good for him as he heads into the braking zone of the hairpin for the final time in the pre-final here in your 206 Cadet.
Dominating race today for the 10 is all you can say. Just cruising from the onset, doing what he did in qualifying. Run quicker than everybody else, running upwards of a second to a second and a half quicker than some of those in the pack this entire run. He'll come through the final section here. The pre-final for Cadet is quite simpler. Could you beat Lawson? Lawson's answer? No. Can't beat me in this one. It's going to be Hayden Lawson who takes the win in 206 Cadet. Gets it done by 7+ seconds over Drew Snyder. Wyatt Huntsbarger finishes in third. Hunter McBride does hold on for the fourth position. Changed for fifth in the last laps for the kid. Coming away in fifth, Colton Hoops falls down to sixth at the very end of this race. That pylon on screen as just quite simply domination station for kart number 8, Taylor.
Absolutely, indeed. 8.5 second lead over Drew Schneider. I mean, you can only imagine what the gap is going to be between himself and the rest of the field when we go racing for the finals later today, as the shifter drivers should be heading out onto the track here momentarily.
Here's a look at how they'll start in shifter. Ryan Pegram starts on the pole. Nikolai Dukov in second. Then it's Doug Duff and Leighton Moll, followed by Jeff Carroll and Eli Furnish. Those are the drivers in this field who will get ready to do battle here at MCC Cincinnati. Everyone just getting all geared up in their final checks before they jump in the karts here. Some of those drivers still not even in the line to be able to go quite yet. So, we've seen earlier Robin Pegram was very quick at qualifying. We might see that carry over to the race for a second consecutive day here, Taylor.
Field now works their way around and get themselves lined up into the start box here as we wait for Riley Pegram and company to get out onto the circuit.
Lights continue to blink around the racetrack as some of those drivers now come out from the pit stop beacon. And so far, these shifters throughout this weekend have showcased how tricky it is to be able to race around this racetrack in terms of lines, in terms of how you have to approach. It's so important to be able to drive this track right here, to say the very least. And in shifter, it's ever more difficult, Taylor.
Absolutely. I mean, here you're about to witness some of the most amazing style of kart racing of all time here when it comes to shifter karts. I mean, basically the pinnacle of kart racing. And I see some raindrops out on the circuit from this camera angle.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to see streaks start to pop up too. You are right. We might be getting some pop-ups popping around here on the far side of the racetrack around turns 12, 13, 14. Everything else starting to settle in. Can confirm sprinkles have hit the area. There were expected sprinkles around this time here. And you can see the streaks now popping up on the camera. First time visually we've been able to see the rain start to really fall. I wonder it was going to be the matter of when, not if, with how dark it was getting around here.
And there is rain for the next hour, and it is coming down more heavily here at the moment. Looking at the radar right now, there is multiple cells all around the circuit right at the moment.
I think it's more so on one side of the track than anything else.
No, there's a little bit. There's a little specks here and there, but not like what it is over in the final corner.
Not enough to say, okay, hold on, this is going to impact grip. But we're all set for the lights. The lights are on the other side of that umbrella. We stay on slicks, can confirm they are all on slicks. Off and away they go. Dukov gets the better jump to the whole shot.
And as the field works their way through, we'll try to give you the best information as the rain continues to come down harder towards the back half of the course. So we'll keep an eye and see how this plays out. But for Dukov and Pegram, they are doing what they need to do. They have broken away from the competition as the rain comes down more abruptly here onto the back half of the circuit. Let's see how they manage when they come up on there. You already start to see a wet line forming as they come up towards the top of the hill. Can they keep it clean and green here as they enter into the braking zone? Pegram stays tucked up behind Dukov for the time being. And it looks like everyone's going to make it through.
And we're starting to see just how difficult it is for some of these drivers to stick on the racetrack here. Top two have checked out. The rest of the field settles on in. Dukov runs away, and a change of the script as Riley Pegram tries to find some momentum back to be able to close up.
Question is going to be now is what the rest of the competitors in these other races ahead of them are going to do for their tire choices here as we watch Dukov and Pegram continue to lead the charge here. Dukov is trying to stay ahead of Pegram as best that he can as they head up towards through the S's to the top of the hill. The 237 Kart Republic now leading the charge still by a good half a second, if not more, as they enter the braking zone over towards the boot. And Riley Pegram just trying to lock in, staying as close as she can to Nikolai Dukov.
And you know the tough thing with them on slicks here as they get stronger and stronger, these rain clouds here at this point, is you're kind of stuck on this compound. You can't just say, okay, let's pit for tires. No, you can't really do that in karting. So at this point, it's about fighting the conditions. You see some of the teams on the bottom side of your screen during some of these camera angles discussing what they're going to do for their respective races, because there are rain tires on site here if necessary. And drivers did have questions during the week if it did rain. The answer was, yes, we would still race. It's lightning. That's the concern if that comes down.
Looking at the radar right now, most of the severe stuff is going around the track right now as we keep an eye on the racing action between Dukov and Pegram. Doug Duff sitting comfortably in third, while Mole and Carroll continue on with their run. Pretty much all the heavy stuff is pretty much further south of us right at the moment, and it's staying that way. So it's just small little pop-up showers at the moment here. So this one, though, will stay around for a little bit, but won't be severe weather like what we were planning to expect yesterday as well as later today.
For those wondering about the weather rock we said before, well, if you use people as weather rocks, well, they're starting to get wet in terms of those watching along the fencing. Dukov doing a great job in the conditions right now in this race. Points leader for this series, continuing to control things with 4 minutes to go. Dukov ran for a fair bit around the region amongst the drivers that has had starts in the past in SCUSA Supernats. Back from 2022, he made the start, in fact.
Oh, trouble for Dukov!
Oh, no! Off into the barrier! Dukov from the lead crashes as Pegram goes to the lead.
I think Dukov might have touched the grass just a little bit before entering the corner, and that's what might have caused him. Of course, it is wet, slippery conditions. You're on slick tires as well. So it just made it even worse for him to get a grip on that kart. But for Riley Pegram, she will now lead the charge here as she continues to do so and leading away by a significant margin over Doug Duff.
And that's the thing. You lose grip easily when it's rainy. There's not a lot of grip, obviously. Water doesn't have grip to it, you know. And now, that's going to be a bit of frustration, unfortunately, for them. Pegram, on her own, is now controlling things at the front of the field. I think Riley's been keeping it a little bit more cautious just because of this reason. And can confirm, snap a grip in the braking zone for Dukov. There is a part, believe, that did fall into the grass as part of that incident on the racetrack. As we continue to turn around, Duff is being scored the leader at the moment.
So where is Riley Pegram at the moment?
This race has flipped on its head. The top two karts look to be out.
Wow, that is something we were not expecting.
This is a graphic I sent yesterday to some of the team members with the Weather Rock. I think it's that first line that's now popped up.
Yes, I think so too.
So, the rainy race is, we confirm Ronnie Pegram is out in turn 4. So Pegram having some issues on the outside the camera shot angles. That's why Pegram not seen on the track. Duff is now in line to take a pre-final victory here by a sizable margin, with as long as that kart doesn't slide off the racetrack either.
In any point of this track as well, as we watch on, here comes Jeff Carroll and Leighton Mole as Mole moves up to P2. So as long as Doug Duff doesn't go off track, Leighton Mole could be in contention for a chance to get his win in the pre-final.
Wildness popping up here. It's 11 seconds right now up in front. So we'll see. So now, under a minute to go. Now let's see. This now rumbles. As, hey, this is the challenges of racing. Sometimes weather hits, and you have to be ready for the unexpected, Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be prepared to call an audible and learn that, hey, sometimes you might need to back off a little bit and just survive, and that's what Doug Duff, Leighton Mole, and Jeff Carroll have done. They weren't running at full pace like we saw Dukov and Pegram because of how the weather conditions are, and it worked out for them in their favor, while Dukov and Pegram will be starting Taylor and Charlie in the finals later today.
Coming up to the white flag soon. Doug Duff. Jordan Thomas, the 1 minute twos. He's actually been losing ground a little bit to Leighton Mole the last couple laps. Now starting to set the fastest laps of the race, for him at least. But as the white flag blinks, the 00 controls things for now. Just has to make it smooth around this track. And now it's going to be making sure there's no more rain puddles to deal with. It's not as strong of a rain mist as it was just moments ago with the pop-up shower. Some checker flags already getting ready to wave for your leaders.
Yeah, I don't see any more rain shower showing on this camera here. And we should be good to go after that. But it is a little bit of a damp surface. So now the question is going to be, do you want to stay out on slick tires? Or do you want to put the rain weather tires on? As here comes Doug Duff through the final couple of corners here to capture the flag in your shifter pre-final.
Checker flag waves. Doug Duff gets it done. He survives to be able to win what's become a last man standing match of a race. The top two karts DNF. Leighton Mole finishes in second. Jeff Carroll rounds out the top three in this field. Dukov and Pegram both DNF within the same lap. Well, that definitely didn't go to anybody's script. He also didn't have Eli first out there. And now we'll take a quick break. Next field of drivers getting themselves ready soon. You're watching Car Chaser.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charles Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry.
Welcome back to MCC Cincinnati, where we look to see what we have in store for KA100 Masters. Rain has appeared to mostly come to a stop here. And now we look to see what the Kutchers can do. Andy and Chris on the front row, Joey Newsell up in third. Greg Leahy, Damian Jennings, and Neil Hamilton are your six here, Taylor. We're about to see what the 296 and 279 could do. Track seems to be fine. We'll see how they fare out after a bit of rubber washed away by the sprinkles earlier. Driver's now getting a chance to double up here and get sorted out. Just trying to look at the edge of some of the dark spots on our camera angles across this racetrack. Some areas there's a little sprinkles, some not. It's going to get interesting how this now fares. Here we go. Roll for Andy and Chris on the front row. Andy in control. Green flag is out. He clears. Andy Kutcher clears on by Chris. The top two pull off. Oh, wow. Newsell tries to keep up the top three. Lockstep.
It is a lockstep for everyone here as they work their way through around the circuit, and so far the Kutcher brothers will continue to do so. Then you have the battle for fourth with Leahy, Hamilton, and Jennings leading the charge as they enter down into that second hairpin. The Kutcher brothers giving little hand signals here and there to make sure they know what they need to do to try and pull away for the competition. Now coming back in.
The rain clouds can't decide what they want to do here today. I mean, if it starts monsooning, then it might be a rain tires situation. But look at some of the marks that are starting to pop up right there at the racing line. That's where I'm starting to look. Some shine has built up in some of these areas right where there's the braking zones.
Yeah, we saw it right there in turn one. We saw it over there in the S's. Actually, a little bit of a small puddle right there, and that S is over towards the boot. So far, it is all clear right here. Maybe a little bit of a shine right as they enter into the second hairpin, as both the Kutcher brothers are starting to break away from the driver of Newsell as they head through the S's.
Together. Oh, a bit of an off track picked up by Chris. Chris Kutcher cost Newsell some time. They'll have to lift to be able to avoid contact as they make their way through the tight far side through sector 3. And he's got a buffer built up, and that's what happens when you drop a tire.
Yes, indeed. He falls right into the clutches of Newsell here as he works his way around the circuit. So far, it is now a gap of about 1.5 seconds between the Kutcher brothers. Newsell right there in hunt. Greg Lee, he's another 1.8 seconds back from the rest of the competition as he holds off Jennings and Neil Hamilton.
Right now, weather forecast keeps on shuffling at the moment. Weather forecast right now says potential break in the rain 5 to 12 minutes. Areas here in Batavia. We're able to keep on gripped up with 5 minutes to go. And it's not quite as simple as, oh, puddle, put on a rain tire either, as we've touched upon a little bit. If you put on ring tires on what is a dry enough track, you will cook those tires. They have channels for the rain, but they also overheat in dry enough conditions to where you blister them.
Yeah, you have to be careful with that indeed, and that's the tough decision when it comes to going out there running with slick tires or going out there to run with rain tires, because as you can see, for the most part, it's not really raining on this first front half of the circuit right now. It's all more towards the back half as we're starting to see a little bit of raindrops starting to form. And now it's cleared up a little bit as just a couple of sprinkles here and there. But right here in this area is where I would be the most concerned with how the grip is for your tires, especially right in that S's. I see a little bit of a puddle starting to form right there.
Now it's becoming spot the raindrop more than anything. But Chris, last time by, closed up about a 1/10 of a second on Andy. Just chip away the gap. The others grouped together, Jennings, Leahy, and Hamilton. Not too much passing yet amongst those drivers. They stayed together and try and sort out how they want to approach things at the moment. Looking pretty steady in their battling.
Chris Kutcher was able to set fastest lap the previous lap here, and he is still running pretty faster than his brother Andy right at the moment. About 1.4 seconds, so he's able to pick up a 10th with 3 minutes to go, though. I don't think he's going to be able to find a way to catch Andy before this is all said and done.
Yeah. 3 minutes to be able to chip away this gap right here. And now separated out by 10 kart lengths between first and second on the track right now. As we go, Chris set the fastest lap of the race last time by at the pylon. Now, needs to close up that same clip to have a chance to get right to the rear end of the 296 before the end of this race is over. It's doable, but Andy, we've seen, usually has the speed muscles put into that kart. Winning clean air. They've now ditched Newsel. 2 minutes to work with. Base of time here going to be probably about 3 to go, give or take.
I would say, yeah, about 3 laps to go is left here in this race. Yeah, I was going to say 3 laps, skipping over everything.
Yeah. It's down to half a second. It's trickling down. Chris Kutcher is now almost in drafting distance. Basically is in drafting distance to be able to get up to Andy. Work the way on through. No issue here. So, will Chris try and make a move on Andy? Will there be a chance to make the move on him? Less than a minute to go when they get to the stripe tailer.
That will put them with 2 laps to go here as they come out of the final corner. The gap between the Kutcher brothers is about half a second. Andy is trying everything to hold on here in this pre-final. Chris Kutcher is now setting another fast lap indeed along with Andy Kutcher as they work their way through the first couple of corners. So far, no avail. It's 7/10 of a second between your top 2 as they enter the first hairpin.
Chris lost some ground. That's the opposite way of where he needs to go here. Right now, seems to be just settling on down right now, Andy is. Make it on through. 1 minute 6:15 was his personal best. Previous time by to be able to gain that 1/10 and a half back. Coming up to the white flag this time through. Coming up to the final time around for the 296 and the 279 up front. 2 have controlled this race from start to finish. Final time around in this pre-final.
Rain's starting to pick up a little bit here on the front stretch, too.
Yeah, it's still picking up off and on, but it's not enough to seemingly impact things on track yet. So now they make their way on through. Andy Kutcher just needs to make it a few more corners to finish what's been a dominating race for him here today in the pre-final. Making his way through the final corners, through 13 to 14. Andy Kutcher puts on a dominating race. Lead all the laps yet again. makes another final, or pre-final, should say, over Chris Kutcher. Joey Newzell comes away in third. Damian Jennings in fourth. Greg Galehe and Neil Hamilton. Your 6 drivers on track for KA100 Master. And yet again, the Kutchers doing what they do best, win, Taylor.
Absolutely, and we'll see how it all plays out for them later on today as, well, now we'll have a couple of more karts for the mini and micro Swift category with their pre-final, and looks like we got 2 karts going out there for the moment as Jack Katowski and Wyatt Huntsberger are out there. Drew Schneider looking like he is not going to be able to make it out there on the grid. I mean, he is the only driver in that category anyway, so, yeah, I mean, it's curious to see how we'll play this one out. Still want to get out there, but...
Yeah, you still want to get out there, score the points, and then go from there. Make sure you get the points, not just take part of the practice and park it.
At least go run one lap.
Exactly. But it's up to the teams on how they want to approach it. See them checking the tire pressures before they let them on the racetrack. As some of the crew members wait, looks like, for potentially some cleanup. So now you see them talking things over as well. Sean Bailiff talking things over with the young drivers as they try and sort things out here before they get going. Looks like they're now going to give them the command to go. And one fires, one does not. Now they both fire to be able to hit the racetrack. So what your expectations for this race then?
I mean, it's going to be between Katowski and Huntsberger. Let's see what they decide to do and how they will play it out between these 2 competitors.
This is going to be a curious one. Hey, chance to go side by side and battle things out evenly here. Now, for how long will be the battle? Again, still 8 minutes going to be on the clock for these drivers, so plenty of seat time here. Plenty of opportunity to sit back, relax, and learn. Be able to feel things out here for these drivers. As said, these are some of the future drivers in motorsport. And you have to be able to run races like this. Big and small.
Hey, a win's a win. As long as there is 2 drivers in there, it'll still be a race, and you could still get the win.
So 2 cards ready to race. It's Katowski and Huntsberger controlling things in this one. Green, and Huntsberger got the better jump. Huntsberger controls things off the turn 2.
So far, Huntsberger going to do what he can to try to hold off Katowski, but here comes Katowski to the inside, and he will complete the pass here in that first hairpin. But Huntsberger can try to capitalize, go over under, crossing up a little bit, but has to back off a little bit here, and that allows Katowski to get a little bit of an advantage over Huntsberger for the time being as they work their way up towards the top of the hill.
Both battling it out and seeing how things spar away amongst these 2. Katowski starting to build a gap in front. They rumble their way through the final corners of the course. Burning the first minute off the clock here. They'll make their way down the straightaway, no issue. Huntsberger falls on back by 4 kart lengths. Katowski holds on in front.
Keeping an eye here, and the gap between the two of them is half a second. Both of them running nearly close identical lap times there. They're going to see what they can do here as they work their way over to that, but Katowski pulling further and further away. He's looking to set himself up for a strong run here in your micro category.
So overall, I will ask this as things are calm in this race. Your thoughts on the action here this weekend so far that you've seen, and how things have now, you felt, gone here today after the build-up yesterday.
Well, after the build-up yesterday with how crazy everything was with dealing with inclement weather coming through the area, it was incredible to watch some of these drivers battle it out here. And I know today is a little bit more of a, seems to be a little bit more calmer than what we saw yesterday on Saturday's racing action. So, but we still have finals to go through. A lot of drivers are hungry to get their first wins of the season, as well as trying to improve upon their chances in the championship run on Father's Day weekend.
It is Father's Day after all today. In fact, completely today. Some people might forget that here, but it is a chance to be able to celebrate those that are in the fatherhood side of things and raising those involved potentially in these races today. 5 minutes to go. Still, now it's 15 kart lengths, the difference. It's just that quick of a run for Jack Katowski. When you're talking about someone with so much experience like Jack, it's not a surprise to see him pull off and away like this.
Nope, no surprise whatsoever. As he comes across the line, he sets another personal best for him, as he's running in the 105s and now 2.4 seconds ahead of Wyatt Huntsbarger here with 4.5 minutes plus a lap to go.
Yes, indeed. So, keep in mind, both Katowski's in racing action. Nico going to have a bit of a tougher one to be able to battle out in the next race here too, Taylor. What do you think some of those in the next race are going to be taking note of pretty soon on how this track has progressed with the rain conditions and now it's starting to dry out again?
If I was these drivers in the next two pre-finals in junior and senior, I would be out there watching how that track is starting to change. That way I can know where the wet spots are, where the dry spots are, where I can place my kart. And then the final decision, whether to go out there on slicks or wet weather tires. I think for the most part, we will be seeing everyone out here on slicks in these next two pre-finals for the most part, though.
Yes. So, continue on with the action as we continue things calmly through this race. As well, it's worth mentioning to loop back in terms of some of the future events here. You have the schedule coming up in August. It will be the Luau Hawaii 50. You have in October the Halloween event, where it will be a Saturday night trunk or treat event, also a chili kickoff amongst things. There is a drop round available for the overall championship, and there actually technically is a champion for the weekend as well. So it's still important to score these points if you want to be the best of the whole weekend here at the facility.
Absolutely. So you got to make sure to attend every event you can. Every point matters for each and every single one of these drivers here as they work their way around the circuit, keeping an eye on the action between Katowski and Huntsbarger. It's now 4.5 seconds separating your top two, as it's now down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds plus a lap. So a lot still on the line. Anything can happen. We saw that in the shifter race. One small mistake could cost you the chance of victory.
Two minutes to go. Sparger just riding along and driving at this moment here too. Keep in mind, a part of this weekend's festivities here too. Got a lot of competitors in general who have just been able to get things sorted out, to be able to run these events, to be able to run the racetrack, to be able to make sure they are good to go here. Weekends like this take preparation. There was Friday practice here. You had warm-ups at the start of the morning each of the days to be able to begin things the right way for these respective teams. There's so much preparation that goes even to this type of racing here, Taylor.
There really is, and it just shows how much hard work each and every single one of these drivers who come out here to these club events, showcases, because they want to progress. They want to maybe one day go run in, which would be the next a regional series like the Route 66 Championship Series that they have that's running over in Road America right now that you can watch on Kart Chaser, and then possibly make their way over either to the Stars Championship Series, United States Pro Kart, or compete at one of the highest levels as well with the Superkarts USA, because that's what the dream is for each and every single one of these young cadet drivers or those who are racing at the club level, to go compete into that next spot and have a chance to race with the biggest names in karting.
Sorry, get an extra lap here, by the way. Still 20 seconds on the board when they came across the stripe right there. Katowski just driving on around this racetrack. By the way, Kart Chaser busy throughout this weekend too. You have crew members busy in Wisconsin. Now things are going in Route 66. Yet be sure to have the membership for those watching along to be able to watch both of those races and be able to watch how the action's faring out over there. They just recently turned the page into the main events for their races today, or the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex in Clinton, Wisconsin. But coming up to the white flag this time. Go ahead.
Absolutely, white flag this time for our race drivers in the mini micro division. As Katowski's looking to do what he does best and take home another checkered flag for him, with the white flag one more time around for Katowski as he leads the charge once again by over 9 seconds as they cross the line here for him. And so far, we're going to see how this all plays out amongst the competitors before we see our KA juniors. But yeah, we'll be back actually up that way in Wisconsin for the United States Pro Kart Series for their next round of the championship, as it's part of another full month of racing ahead in June and July before we come back over towards Newcastle later on in the year for the season finale of the Superkarts USA as well.
So Jack Katowski finishes things out here strongly. This two-kart race, gap more than 7 seconds in the 1v1 between him and Wyatt Huntsbarger. Coming on through, this is the checker flag right here. Jack Katowski cruises to victory. Dominant race, Wyatt Huntsbarger in second. 8.8 seconds the interval. What else can you say, Taylor, on the 1v1?
I mean, it was just pure domination right there for him as he is doing what he does best for Jack Katowski. 8.8, smooth sailing for him in the future.
So, yes, indeed, you see that interval on the pylon. How things went here in this one. So next up in the running order for the pre-finals is going to be the juniors. And the juniors have numbers, and they put on some good racing. Nico Katowski is the only driver to set a time under the 1 minute mark in qualification. Alex Kutcher will start alongside him. Adler Klein and Robert Lash, Josiah Phillips and Lyle Beck, Alejandro Gallego and William Richard and Caleb Sircone round out the entrants in this field here in this one. It looks like they're getting the command to hit the racetrack. Your thoughts for this race?
Well, it's going to be another exciting one here in your KA100 Jr Pre-Final. A lot of drivers here. Oh, trouble. A couple of carts spun on the exit onto the track. Curious to see who those were, but cold tires and wet spots around the track, that could have been the reason why. As they look over here, yep, they're still stuck over there. Cannot catch the number, but it looks like to be 2 Trinity karting groups, maybe 3 TKG Burrell Arts.
Some crew members scrambling with the cart stuck in the pit lane. See how this impacts the start here. Only 5 or so carts made it out onto the racetrack there. From what's turned into a traffic jam, there they are on the other side of the course. Now coming out of the gantry and onto the racetrack. And we might get a false start right off the rip here. Half of those drivers are nowhere close to being grouped together for this start.
See what happens from when they make it their way onto the start line here, as here comes the rest of the TKG. They may have them take the cut through over there. And yep, waved around for another start here. One more formation lap.
So they'll get an extra lap to be able to warm up their tires and get sorted out here in this one to be able to make sure what exactly needs to get done to be able to make sure the job gets done in this race. And we know how exciting this battling for this class has been this weekend. I'm excited to see who fares out. Who's your pick this race for this pre-final?
That's going to be a tough one because you can't go wrong with Nico Katowski, who's been on a strong run all day today. Alex Kutcher as well is going to be right there in the hunt. You know what? We're going to go and watch on. Keep an eye out for Adler Klein. He had a couple of close calls in his qualifying. Let's see what he can do here in a little bit as he tries to go for the hunt in this pre-final.
Keep things slow as they make their way around the racetrack before the double up here. The other carts are still trying to catch up here. No, they are.
Here they come.
Now we'll get them all sorted out for the lineup. Looks like we are missing a driver from earlier. Right now just trying to calculate who that driver may be here, I believe. In terms of that number, we'll get that as soon as we can here. So, that number missing on the board, we'll talk about later on. So, looks like we're all set to go for the tram lines. Katowski controls things here. All set to go. Green lights are out. Underway. Katowski and Adler Klein control things up front.
Here comes Klein with a big run as they come out of turn 2 and 3, heading over to that first hairpin as Nico Katowski tries to hold on here as they enter into the braking zone. Big stand there by the 42 machine, 843 actually, of Robert Lash, as he picks up a couple of spots, heading over to that second hairpin. Katowski and Klein trying to jump. And Burrell Art versus Tony Kart as they head up through the S's.
Up the hillside they go. Klein tries to set something up immediately. No defensive moves coming as Katowski maintains up front. Tangles of 2, all grouped on the racetrack. 7 carts, just 7. Took the green flag there, out of the field. Lost a couple of competitors, it looks like. That includes Beck. That is a not amongst those who took the pylon and took the scoring loop. And they came across the start and finish line. Robert Lash already up the 3rd spot, by the way. He's already trying to go on the prowl. He was quicker than everybody else behind him, obviously. Now has to be able to try and find a way to get to the draft of the top 2 before they break away for good.
That's going to be a little bit of a tall order. He's got to have some help from Alex Kutcher in that red speed right behind him, as those two will try to work their way up to the top 2 as they come out of that second hairpin, making their run through the S's. There you see right there as they work their way through up to the top of the hill. Robert Lash trying to pick up some more time. He's running some good ones, but still not quick enough to go and challenge Klein and Katowski for the race lead as they head down into the bottom of the hill. Through the boot they go. And so far, Adler Klein now has closed in on the back bumper of Nico Katowski as they come out of the final quarter towards the front straightaway. 6 minutes plus a lap.
Plenty of time to be able to battle on this racetrack. We mentioned Nico Katowski is a success at the national level. Katowski, so far this weekend, has looked very solid. Has been amongst the drivers that's just been able to hit mark after mark. He's also amongst those who's had experience competing in SCUSA Supernats in the past. As a driver, a Junior Burrell Art driver as well. Amongst those who did pretty well in Stars. After starting at around 31st, was still able to drive up through the field. So, Katowski having speed to still maintain in front, with Klein still in the popcorn seat with 5 minutes to work with.
5 minutes ago as they come out of the final corner here, heading over across the start-finish line. The gap between Klein and Katowski, 0.3 of a second right now, as they are now running almost identical lap times. A tenth of a difference here between your top two, as here comes the Kutcher and Lash battle for third. Alex Kutcher trying to set himself up for a pass on the inside. Can't quite do it. He's going to stay tucked up behind the Burrell Art machine of Robert Lash as they head into that second hairpin, nose to tail. They're going to try to see if they can work together to catch up to Adler Klein, but with time running out, they may not have that chance. They're 2 seconds back, have a lot of work to do.
All settled in, no major moves around this racetrack for the most part, no major passes throughout these pre-finals. Everyone's just maintained the rhythm, just scored some solid points, no one forcing any issues. Very respectful racing, I will say, we've seen throughout the weekend for the most part. When there have been moves, it's led to some intense action already in the pre-finals, but for the most part, everyone's giving each other space. Everyone's giving each other room, and everyone's just pacing themselves and showing a lot of racecraft.
We certainly are, Justin, as we watch them work their way through with 3.5 minutes to go. Lash and Kutcher have not made up any ground on Klein and Katowski. In fact, Klein's losing ground on Katowski as well as they work their way up to the top of the hill. As trouble for one driver goes off track. That was, I believe, Robert Lash.
Lash having some issues there. That's now going to change things up in the running order a little bit. Lash had been running pretty solidly in the third position before that point. Now, things have gone the way of Kutcher. Indeed, as a result of whatever happened there. Sorted on the pylon as indeed Kutcher has taken third spot. Lash dropped all the way down to a battle with Phillips as a result of that mistake.
And it's not going to be good for Robert, as now Josiah Phillips is going to try to capitalize on that mistake, pick up another position for him, as Josiah is now trying to find his way around in the Magic Kart, coming down on towards that second hairpin. Alejandro Gallego right there behind in 6th, ready also to see if he can pick up a couple of spots.
Indeed. So we'll see if there's anyone going to be able to make some swaps here. Right now, Lash seems to be back on the rhythm at least after losing 4 seconds in that last lap. This lap seems to have been able to right back into their ballpark on pace. 1:01, 1 minute and 1.1 is what they're running up front. 1:01.2 for Robert Lash is 0.3 quicker than the cart behind him to build more cushion for the 4th position. Oh wow, Katowski just driving his own race still, maintains a near 1 second advantage.
And doing a great job of that, just hitting his mark, not wanting to burn up the tires, especially getting the fact that we have a finals for them still to go. Just wanting to make sure they can get to the end, manage the gap. I have a feeling Adler Klein is going to do the same thing as well in his 833, unless a mistake happens from Nico Kwiatkowski, which very unlikely to happen as they snake their way through the S's with a minute to go. Should be white flag next time by for your race leaders.
Two laps to go. All they have to do is be able to make sure there's no troubles, no incidents this run. That seems to be a major mindset for the drivers right now in terms of the way things are going with the gearing, in terms of their setups. Kwiatkowski's just got that little oomph better on that setup to be able to keep this gap going.
Yes, a little bit more, and that's what's going to help him lead this charge once again as they come up to the top of the hill. Here comes Klein with a big head of steam, not able to try anything here as they work their way. A big slide right there by Adler Klein, gathers it back up, continues on his way through as he snakes through the S's, trying to keep in touch with Nico Kwiatkowski, seeing what line he is doing to find that extra tenth or two to keep up with the pace. White flag in the air for Nico Kwiatkowski.
White flag is out, final time around. Kwiatkowski just has to drive it on home. After the pitter-patter of raindrops earlier, things have dried back out of the racetrack. Things have looked mightily comfortable for the 892, 833 in this race. Nico Kwiatkowski just being able to pull away and stretch things out. You're 9/10 up for this lead in this race. Come on through to the checker flag soon. Kwiatkowski, a dominant race, able to finish things out, leading all the laps again. 892 gets the job done. Come see the checker flag right here. Checker flag now pops up on the scoring beacon. Nico Kwiatkowski takes final, gets it done by 9/10 over Adler Klein. Alex Kutcher rounds out the top three. Robert Lashley fourth. Phillips, Gallego, and Sircone are the drivers on how they run in this field. Strong race for the 892. Leaves us with one more pre-final to go, Taylor, after that one.
It is time for one of the main events, the KA100 Sr Pre-Final, as we get set to turn them loose here in a few short moments.
That field is stacked, remember, filled with competitors. Let's take a look at how they will start for this field. Jacob Petticord will start things up front. Ryan Miller second. Carter Thompson is in third. Rush Garrity in fourth. Will Steele starts fifth with Brendan Heber in the sixth spot. Isaac Gardner and James Geist the top eight. Marcus Bachoum gets the ninth spot. Gavin Degenhardt will start in 10th. 11th goes to Shane Hambrick, by the way. Michael Maker will start alongside him, and Natalia Stimel, I should say, rounds out the running order for this field. Look top to bottom, a big field. I have a feeling we might see a lot of back and forth in this race. I just have that sense here. Those sensors are tingling.
Absolutely. We're going to see them ready to go and put on a good show here as they get ready to be released out onto the track. Just making a couple of final checks here. And 1 minute by the looks of my hand signal, and we are clear to go.
Yes, indeed. What are your predictions for this pre-final here before we get ready for the finals later on this day?
Well, Jacob Petticord is definitely going to be one to watch here, especially with him in that mid-pack, was able to put down a really blistering lap in qualifying earlier this morning. But Ryan Miller, Carter Thompson, Will Steele, those are always normally the fan favorites when it comes to racing here at MCC. Let's see how well they do when they work their way through the field. And Braden Heber looking to try to go and sweep the two big classes of senior categories here today. He's got a little bit of work to do starting from P6.
So here we go. Field quickly speeding its way to where they need to double up here. Now they get ready to go racing. KA100 Sr action. Just about ready to go a light and a fire. It's Petticord, Miller, Thompson, and Gary amongst your front runners here. Tram lines look quiet for now, but they're about to fill with the rumbling of race cars. Making their way on through, being told to keep even slower. Some of the race competitors giving signals to each other. Karts zoom and false start. No, they got race start.
We got
See,
now.
There it is. Now it is. Seeing the signal from the official down below. They did not like what they were seeing. I heard engines firing before the green light even started flashing. That's what happens when you fire up before you even get to the blue cone, let alone to the green flag on the race system.
Well, we'll re-rack them and restack them and try again.
So now they'll try this again. Still be 8 minutes on the clock. Remember, Ready Racing talked about in the scheduling for the finals to be able to complete things earlier. So now we'll see how this last pre-final ends up showcasing the competitiveness of these classes today. Just got to roll their way to the tram lines and make sure they don't fire too early this time. Here we go. Green, green, green. They waited this time. Petticord with a good launch. They squabble on behind. Braden Heber jumps his way to fourth already as they make their way to turn 3.
Stellar drive right there by Braden Heber as he tries to make the run up towards the top 3. Has to back off. Big send a little further behind as he gets basically attacked by several drivers who are trying to get around him for position. But for Petticord, now has a little bit of breathing room for him as they enter that second hairpin, pulling away Heber back to P5.
Indeed, so they continue to make their way to the back straightaway. Petticord already starting to swerve a touch bit. Oh, wow. Some of the TRG carts provide some pressure for the race lead. Petticord dropped back to second. Just like that. Making some moves. Thompson, Miller amongst those up front already squabbling. But it's going to be a drag race at the front straightaway. Thompson and Petticord side by side. Thompson now blocked off by Petticord again.
How about Will Steele now getting up into the mix? Throw in Miller and Heber, your top 5, all lined up, ready to make the attack into that first hairpin. Big send right there by Thompson as he tries to set himself up for a run. Heading into the second hairpin, Braden Heber watches on as they enter through there. Coming out of the corner, so far, so good, as that 975 of Will Steele tries to work with his teammate of Carter Thompson, as here comes Thompson to the inside. He'll crest up over the hill. New race leader as Petticord goes off track.
Petticord trips off in the sand trap. I'm going to fire back off. Get out of there. Oh, wow. They continue to squabble amongst the front runners. Thompson and Steele swapping around a little bit along with Miller. They make their way on through. Petticourt dropping all the way outside the main group as a result of that mistake. All the way to the edges of the top 10. Steele, Thompson, Miller. Now the top 3 as they work. Oh, wow. Gary and Heber fight it out for 4th.
Now we see Rush Gary trying to hold on in the 4th spot there as he tries to hold off the competitors. Gets a little bit of a push, but right now it's the TKG 1, 2, 3 as they work their way into that second hairpin. Big slide as Braden Heber tries everything he can to hunt them down. He sits in the 5th spot. Rush Gary holding strong in 4th as Gardner and Degenhart try to follow suit.
Yes, indeed. Here's some sends going on. Back to amongst those starting to squabble a little bit, should say, in Gardner. But all of them start to calm down after an electrifying start. Petticourt holding on to 10th. Under investigation, the 960 from that slide to the grass. Carter Thompson is the one under investigation. So there is a chance your leader could be in trouble.
He's got to find a way to start pulling away as quickly as he can. And there you see the point of the finger right there from Will Steele. Knowing what's going on, he is going to try to push and has help from Ryan Miller as well as they try to set themselves up to get around to the inside. Steele gets the win position away from Thompson.
Good run right now for those in the midst of the battle right now as they make their way down the hillside up to turn 12. Gary has closed up the gap now to the front runners with the draft, pulling a gap now on Heber. So it's now a 4-car choo-choo train in terms of those lockstep. How does Gary try and leapfrog these carts? Miller loses some ground. Does he try and make a move now or try and work with Miller? He works with Miller for now.
I think that's a smart move right at the moment. Just try to work together, see what you can do to catch back up to the top 2. And now working their way over to that first hairpin. Let's see what Carter Thompson does. Him and Will Steele have always worked well together all year long and in past seasons. We'll see what happens here. Braden Heber looks over his shoulder to watch on in 5th as he is trying to move his way forward up towards the front of the field.
All lined up right now. Gardner still working this Bruce with Degenhart back there as well. But teammates working as a brick wall. TKG controlling things in the Pro-Am side of the card. The KA100 Seniors. 3 minutes to work with. They're running 1 minute lap times equal as they work around the racetrack currently. Steele and Thompson seem to be the most in sync out of those up in front compared to what we're seeing with Miller drop back each time they go down the front straightaway.
And they're trying every which way they can, different ways to get around the circuit as Thompson tries to give a little bit of a nudge right there to Will Steele. Thinks better of it, stays tucked up behind. Here comes Miller as well. And then you have Rush Gary all by his lonesome trying to see if he can get a bit of a tow from your top 3.
Those drivers start to squabble it out once again. Teamwork making the dream work for the 3 carts in front. Miller, battle line. Thompson, better line. Takes it back from Steele. Able to retake the race lead. Coming around 2 minutes to go with that send along the line as they make their way down the front straightaway.
Carter Thompson now has to see what he can do. No official word yet on his investigation right now for avoidable contact as they work their way up towards hairpin 1. So far, he's got a little bit of breathing room to get out of this corner just fine. But Will Steele and Ryan Miller are working back together to see what they can do. Gary in the catbird seat as well amongst those 3 competitors ahead of him to capitalize on anything that may happen.
Now the thing is, outside of some swats amongst teammates, not much has happened amongst them right now. But our pack still as Gardner now lead it over Heber. Still no major moves amongst those drivers as they go choo-chooing. Looking like we'll get about 2 laps to go coming up the stripe here on this national layout. 2 laps to work with in this race.
Incredible drive right here as the 990 sets the fastest lap of the race. That's Jacob Petticourt. He's now only moved up 1 position after falling all the way back to 9th in that incident. No further action for Carter Thompson, so it is now just heads-up racing amongst the top 3.
Line opening up a little bit for Thompson. Still, no send coming up from Steele. 20 seconds now on the clock as they go. Work their way over turn 11. A duck down by Thompson, kick up in the dirt by Gary. Not going to impact him too much in terms of position. Gardner still is about 5 kart lengths back of that. Come up to the white flag this time by. Coming up to the final time around in this pre-final. Thompson, Steele, and Miller looking to decide amongst them who's going to take this pre-final.
Car number 1. Pass into that second hairpin. He may not try anything here, but he's going to try to see if he can find that opening in that second one. But Thompson white lining it around the circuit, trying to prevent them having to go the long way around the circuit, as we saw Miller trying to go around the outside of Will Steele.
Right now, Steele trying to back something up. Tries to go down defensive already for second at least. Trying to figure out the moves as they make their way on through. Coming on through to the final turn. Thompson comes out of the final stretch. Will come away to take the checker flag. Carter Thompson. One more poke. Not going to matter. He gets the edge over Steele. Ryan Miller, Rush Gary, Isaac Gardner, the top 5. Gavin Degenhart, Braden Heber, Jacob Petticourt, Marcus Bachoum. In the top 9, Michael Baker. Rounding out the 10 drivers in the top 10. Simon, Geist, and Hambrick are the other competitors in this field. Overall, some exciting pre-finals, some calmer ones. Your thoughts on the pre-finals there, Taylor?
Great racing action there towards the end, and we are excited to see how it all plays off when we kick off the finals in a few moments' time, as we'll go ready racing here at 2:30. So we got a little bit of a break, about 15 minutes to take a few moments, catch your breaths, and get ready for the finals.
We'll take that break right here. You're watching Kart Chaser. We'll see you at 2:30.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Jr.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
races. You asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
drivers are ready. The fans are just about ready. Are you ready? It's almost time for the finals to get rolling as we get almost set to go for today's action. Justin Prince Taylor Birds with you once again as we get set for your 10 minutes plus 2 lap finals. Start things off with the 206 Masters in the next couple minutes or so, following 206 Jr, 206 Sr, 206 Cadet, shifters, KA Masters, followed by Mini and Micro, KA100 Jr, and then the Pro-Am rounds out the schedule for today's festivities. So a lot to think about when it comes to these races coming up here, Taylor. Your thoughts as we enter the finals this afternoon with the Masters getting ready to hit the track.
Well, this is one of the classes that we're excited to see about the 206 Masters. It's going to be a fun one. We have so many different storylines to cover here today. Can we see someone go for the double as far as in Masters or in the 206 Senior and KA100 Senior? We're going to find out as engines are firing. We've had to deal with wet weather as well. More rain coming towards the end of the day, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on for some of our classes later in the afternoon, as field now is set to go racing here today for 10 minutes plus an additional couple of laps.
It's going to be an interesting time for these drivers pretty soon. It's just a matter of getting them all squared away and set to go racing. Next few moments or so, most of the drivers now into their karts for the Masters. Right now, Matthew Lida coming in as the points leader for this final, scored 58 points in the pre-final. Alan Elwood was able to trim the gap by almost 50 points. Still is not in the 100-point down range. He is right now about 140 plus points back of Lida. So we get ready to go here. It's going to be Elwood who controls the field here today. John Kennedy starts in second. Evan Corkadale starts off next. Derek Hastings will start in fourth with Chris Gorman in fifth. Doug Cook starts in sixth with Matt Geist in seventh. Matthew Lida, as mentioned, did not have the best pre-final. He'll start in eighth. Ninth spot going to winner, Todd Davis in 10th. Drew Galloway, Mike Doty, the top 12. Dwayne Newsell, he had issues on the final lap, finished off at 13th. Martin Cirk started 14th. Larry Pike, Michael Wells are your final two starters here today. Who's your pick, Taylor, and why?
Well, for here in this class, I'm going to have to go with Alan Elwood, of course. He is a multi-time champion here. He knows how to get around this track. He knows when to bide his time and when to push the envelope in order to get that race lead. Kennedy and McCorkadale are going to be ones to keep an eye on as well, but for me, Alan Elwood in the number 5 Coyote.
Field being told to be careful and slow on down here. Just about ready to go. Elwood and Kennedy on the front row of this field, ready to rumble. Everyone getting some hand signals here. I think they may have told them to go around again, so they'll try this again. They'll go around one more time here. No, the clock rolls. We'll see how they sort things here.
Well, we have a green flag right now. There's the yellow flag right there.
Yeah, was expecting that. And it is a false start. So they'll reset once again. Told them to go around one more time before they got the false start put in the system. There is one driver way back, somewhere around Narnia. And there is the one driver coming out. I believe that's Lida. That's actually a ways far back in the order. Yes, it is. So Lida had some issues getting fired up, and they'll have to try this again on the double up. So now here we go. Going to be 10 minutes back on the clock once again. Plus 2 laps here for these finals, remember, here today. Wood, Kennedy. Hastings and McCorkadale up at the front of the field. And everyone watching with calmness and intrigue to see how these battles are about to fare away. 206 Master puts on a show with this field each and every time. It's been a showcase all weekend long. How will this go? Green light is out. Green flag is up. We're underway. McCorkadale with a good start for the second row as Elwood leads them off to 2.
Great jump there by Alan Elwood to pull away. McCorkadale trying to move up into that second spot. He's got to deal with Sean Kennedy, though, as they enter into that first hairpin at full pace. Here they come, nose to tail, your top 7 starting to break away from the rest of the competition as they head to the second hairpin. Now your top 2 of McCorkadale and Elwood trying to see what they can do away from the competition. Sean Kennedy, though, keeping them honest as they work their way through a couple of side-by-side action further back as we see the 9 of Matthew Lyda trying to work his way up.
Oh, a bit off track for Kennedy. That slows him up a little bit. That's going to drop him back a couple spots. Hastings amongst those, able to make some passes now to the inside for the 3rd spot, trying to attempt it. Able to clear on by as Kennedy drops back down to 5th position after how things go off the jump. It's more side-by-sides to make their way on down. The top 2 pulling away. Already a minute and 10 seconds burned off the clock. Elwood, McCorkadale, Hastings, Kennedy, Gorman, the top 5 off the rip.
Already your top 2 have pulled out by 1.2 seconds ahead of Derek Hastings, who's now in that 3rd position. Hastings and Kennedy battling for that 3rd spot. Kennedy drops back a little bit. With that mistake that Kennedy made on the previous lap, that allowed this top 2 of Elwood and McCorkadale to pull away from the competition. And as they do so, watching on, third on back, here comes that 34 machine of Chris Gorman with a run, trying to see if he can get around Sean Kennedy.
Great momentum being built up by the top 2 right now in this field. 4 drivers try and make some pokes and couldn't cook. No place to send it for the time being. Speaking of send, some people attempting it. That includes Newsell, that's making up a lot of ground to be able to recover from that last lap incident from before. Doing a good job so far. He's one of the fastest karts on the racetrack in the 1:12.7s on the opening lap. This time by at full speed in the 109 flats. That puts him in the same ballpark as the race leader, quicker than both Gorman and Cook in his choo-choo train.
Absolutely a great run right there by Sean Kennedy as he's trying to set himself up. He's looking around his shoulder, seeing if he can set himself up for a pass to get around Derek Hastings. With him being the faster kart, he could try to convince Hastings, hey, I'm faster, I can get us closer to your top 2 if you work with me here. But so far, they're just going to keep pushing, keep focusing, and try to see what they can do as they run down the race leader. They lost about a 10th last time by, so they got a little bit of work to do as McCorkadale and Elwood continue to lead the charge.
So far, they've been able to pull away by more than a second plus together. It's going to be difficult for the rest of this field to be able to close back up and chip away the gap here. What do you think they can do, 3rd on back, to get there at this point?
They have to keep it straight. They have to keep it organized, not make a single mistake, not jockey for position, because that's what will cost them positioning here and lose more time on the race leader.
It's going to be difficult to see any chip away effect. Might take until the end of the race, if anything. If there was going to be any sort of major move, Kennedy tries a different line. Instead, Hastings builds up a small buffer again of a kart lane over the rest of them. Still 6 minutes to work with. By the way, Elwood setting the fastest laps of the race right now with McCorkadale. 2 of them, last time by, 2 to 3 tenths quicker than the entire rest of the field. That's how well those 2 are in sync compared to the rest of the Hornets' nest.
I'm watching the times and the gap between your top 2 and 3rd on back here, and it's still kind of not any major gain or of who's who, of Flores, who's making the ground up and who is not. They're starting to break away from about fourth on back. The gap is now 1.7 seconds between your top two and Derek Hastings and Sean Kennedy. They are running out of time here with 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. A lot could still happen. We saw that in some of the other races earlier today. But I think with how Elwood and McCorkdale are just focused on just trying to continue to push away from the competition, it's not going to really make any mistakes here until we see that white flag in the air.
So it's going to be 5 minutes of games to be able to sort things out. Two drivers have had issues this race, by the way. Mike Doty and Michael Wells both have fallen laps down so far. 14 still running. Looks like Newzell is trying to make some moves in the other pack. Meanwhile, went on the curb, had to back out. Gorman just ran his line. Newzell nearly forced it alongside the rumble strips.
Absolutely, and as they gather it back up and continue on their way, here they come across the line. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus the 2 laps. McCorkdale sets fastest lap of the race right there, and it picks up another 3/10 over Derek Hastings.
Yes, indeed. Hastings looking very good in terms of that distance now being built up with Kennedy, by the way. Not as quick as the front runners, but good enough to be able to build the buffer with everybody else. Hastings showcased this yesterday, as we've seen today. It's not been the same, but it's still been solid pace from the 13 Kart. About 3.5 minutes to go here on the clock as they rumble through the trees. And at this point, I think everyone's just keeping this nice and calm. Again, just trying to play the long game. We've seen this all day today. Now we're seeing the battle for the race lead for a moment. Corkadale got alongside Elwood for a split second. Now back to single file.
You got to plan that more accordingly, because with them going side by side like that, that could allow your rest of your field to close up. They were safe this time because it's not really made any gain ground between Hastings and your top two. But when they start battling, that's going to draw in the rest of the pack, and where we could have, instead of just 2 cars battling for the race lead, it could be 5 or more. So McCorkadale's got to be careful of when he wants to battle like that, because if he keeps it up, he could bring in the rest of the field.
That chance right now, McCorkadale can take this lead. It's just a matter of when does he pull the pin. Almost hear the tick, tick, tick. In terms of the patience, in terms of the alarm clock, waiting for the time to strike. Is out by the way, has not been able to make up much more ground after that initial attempt to pass by Gorman. He's been locked in behind the back of everyone else, trying to run for 7 amongst the CK8 drivers that are making appearances here today and throughout this weekend. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus 2 more laps, Taylor.
This is going to get interesting. What will McCorkadale do? Right now, the gap is a little bit more comfortable. If he wanted to start poking and prodding, trying to find the opening, he wants to set that pass up for the race lead. He has the room to do it, but he's got to be careful for when that opening is going to be available for him. He's got to take it. He's working on it right now. He's staying close up, but Elwood staying white lining around the circuit, trying to make sure that the driver of McCorkadale has to fight his way around the outside, the tougher places to pass here at MCC.
Train continues to chug along. The top 2 have now broken away by almost 3 seconds. The rest of the field, Hastings with a small buffer in his respective pack. Now Kennedy gets a set alongside Cook, sent it too deep. Cook now alongside Gorman. They check things up, and there goes Newzell. He pulls the pin for a move at the back of the group. So the second pack now is broken up, and now hands are raised. Looks like it might be Cook that might be having issues.
It looks to be Doug Cook indeed, with 3 laps to go here in today's action. Tough break. That would be the 3rd driver out of the race, along with Mike Doty and Michael Wells.
going so decently for him before that point, and now there goes that spot. Big chance for a point swing, by the way, at the way things are shaping out. Something's gone on with Matthew Lyda all race long. He is running in 12th, Taylor. That is your points leader that's struggling here today and has not been able to move his way out of the drivers way far back, 22 seconds back. Something happening early, has not been able to recover, just has not been there today, Lyda, after starting 7th.
This could be a big point swing here later on for the action amongst Elwood as well as also Lyda, because those are the two championship front runners for here today, along with McCorkadale, who's looking to get a good run. Here we go, 2 laps to go for your leaders.
Clock has now reached zeros indeed, so the urgency level has to start picking up. If you want the lead, you better do it pretty soon, if not now. McCorkadale waiting to try and find his way forward. Needs to get himself set up here. Wood misses the bottom. He's been sliding the tires a little bit stronger with an apex up through 7. But most people have not been, most people, I was about to say, not willing to take it side by side up the hillside.
We've only seen one pass like that, and that was in your KA Senior category earlier, a few moments ago. So this could be where we see some passes happening right here. McCorkadale trying everything he can to keep up with the pace, set himself up for a good run on the final corner, and try to hope for a drag race as a couple of karts go sliding through out of the final couple of corners here. White flag in the air. Elwood just has to be smooth, consistent, and white line around.
Final time around as Elwood tries to hold on. McCorkadale looking to the outside. Elwood able to take a decent line, able to hold on for now. Elwood, the 2-time track champion, holds on heading up to turn 7. McCorkadale now looking to try and get things set up for a run. It might come down to a last corner lunge if he really wants the chance. Up the hillside, backs up, looks for the launch on exit, tries to maintain momentum. Elwood goes right to the inside defensively. Corkadale parks it to the curb. Elwood hugs the inside again, takes away the line for the 19. Corkadale now takes the peak, runs into the rear tire of Elwood. That helps out the 5. Coming up to the checker flag. A horrific day yesterday for Elwood. He will lose it in the final stretch. McCorkadale gets the pull down the final straightaway as Elwood slows down on the final stretch.
I think he bogged down just a little bit out of the final corner when those two made contact there. That is probably what cost Elwood right there. So a tough break there, but congratulations to Evan McCorkadale taking home the checkered flag in 206 Masters.
Stunning end because it looked like Elwood's race to lose. I mean, the timing screen says there, but Sean Kennedy and Derek Hastings also swap spots at the very end. Of note, Lyda, the points leader, 12th. Wolf, indeed. And some of the drivers still watching along, going to have some car cleanup likely after this one. That was a wild finish. Looked to be Elwood's race, and then McCorkadale just got more momentum afterwards for that final stretch. 206 Jr is due up next. Tegan Steiner, Layden Mull on the front row. Light Furnish, MCC. Next, Cooper Mole and Evan Frey, William Richard, and Vince Zuzki. Alana Dickinson, or Dixon, should say, was start alongside Tutwiler. Tutwiler was turned around with Lila Beck and Adler Klein in contact. Kason Bathan and then George Ma are the drivers in this field. We've seen fireworks go off for the race lead in the pre-final. Do we see that again, Taylor? ready for these drivers to square away here pretty soon. Let's see. We'll take a break. More coverage coming up. You're watching Kart Chaser.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Karts on the racetrack after pickup. So we'll do this once again. 206 Jr. all set to go for the respective race here. So we get set to go. Snyder and Leighton Mole will lead things off as mentioned. So just about in position and ready to go racing here. Taylor, what are your thoughts?
Well, Tegan Schneider, Leighton Mole are going to be fun ones to watch. Adler Klein and Sam Tutwiler, remember, they got together in the pre-final earlier today, so they have to be careful with where they set themselves up for the run here, and they got a lot of work to do, but they have some time to make their way through the field.
It's a matter of how they handle that time, absolutely, here in this one. Interesting, to say the very least, how this is about to go for this pack. And happy with this here, our Kart Chaser, our second final of the afternoon here for the Pro-Am Karting Challenge. It's been a challenge for these drivers here today. MCC Cincinnati Pro-Am Karting Championship competition here in MCC Cincinnati. Take the roll up to the tram lines to be able to get things squared away. All day, they've been keeping it nice and slow into the tram lines, trying to keep it as relatively patient as possible here. We've seen in previous weeks some teams and drivers rush their way through these tram lines. Not today. Green, green, green. 3 wide for a split moment in the heart of the field. But Snyder has a good start, already going defensive, trying to make sure he holds on to the opening corners.
Great drive right there by Tegan Schneider to hold on, but Leighton Mole trying to put the pressure on along with Eli Furnish. They're going to go 2 and almost 3 wide further back for 4th as they come out of the first hairpin. Everyone's keeping it clean for the most part. Heading down the short chute, they will go nose to tail. And Schneider holds strong as a couple of karts make a little contact coming out of corner exit.
Now they keep on lockstep, single file behind Schneider in their 206s now. Peek to the inside. Here comes Leighton Mole trying to make a move. Able to get in front. Pass made, pass complete. Oh, wow. Maxi watches as Furnish tries to go on through 2. Side by side as Maxi slips on by for 3rd. An interesting start to this one. Schneider already amongst those shuffled away in terms of the battles to make their way down the front straight away. First lap going the direction of Furnish, I should say. Schneider all the way down to 4th.
Field now works their way through, and so far it's looking pretty competitive amongst them. You got 7 karts lined up nose to tail, ready for anything as one kart hits the curb a little bit right there and tries to go for the lead. That is Mole and Schneider and Furnish going side by side for position. They jockey around and so far give the race lead to the 91 machine of Eli Furnish, who makes it through.
Some good battling all throughout this field right now as the fans stand up in the grandstands and keep things at bay. Receiving word, by the way, there are some sprinkles that are off and on around the racetrack. We'll see if that lasts here for some of these competitors. Oh, wow. Klein makes up some ground, is joined the lead pack now. Same for Tutwiler, who's been able to get himself back up to the 6th position here. Making the way down the front straight away. First, leading the choo-choo train effect. Steiner looking to push him and push far and wide to try and get him ahead. Leighton Mole watches on behind him as the top 3 continue to work together for now, but for how long?
Field works their way around, and so far your top 5 are starting to break apart from the rest of the competition, and so far it is looking really good amongst them as they try to head down into that second hairpin, and Furnish doing everything he can. Schneider working his way back up through the field. He's now in that 2nd spot, putting the pressure on Furnish, but he's got to deal with the 25 of Leighton Mole, who's had some pace here.
Side by side as Schneider goes for the inside. A little bit of contact. Schneider able to still clear on by on the pass as he now controls things in front of Furnish. All while Leighton Mole still waits in the popcorn seat as things fare out here. 6 minutes and some change left to go in this race.
Keeping an eye here amongst the drivers inside the top 3, and so far Mole is doing everything he can to just keep this fight going amongst them. And so far, Schneider is doing what he needs to do back at the front of the field. Leighton Mole, Isaac Maxey are doing everything as well. Sam Tutwiler doing a really good run as he approaches into that 2nd hairpin, and so far your top 6 nose to tail as they make the run to the S's.
All of them work their way up the hillside, up through turn 11. All of this as well. It looks like Tutwiler trying to make an air poke, trying to make an air move, trying to move up to 4th. Maxey doesn't let that happen. Now it does let that happen on the inside. Leighton Mole also gets alongside Furnish. Furnish has the switchback go his way though, as here comes the 9. The 9 is flying. Tutwiler up to 4th position. And now some defensive lines being taken by Leighton Mole as he tries to break some toe a little bit.
Have an investigation going on right now with Evan Frey in 7th place. He just set the fastest lap. He is under investigation for avoidable contact. So keep an eye on that. We'll see how that happens because he's having a really good run trying to chase a top 5.
sorts of slipping and sliding right now by Snyder as they go. Klein has also joined in on this fight to try and see if he can make up some points here. Remember how things came into this race in the point standings. It was actually the junior side of things today. Tegan Snyder that had been starting to pull some gap after his last race over Klein after being so close coming into today. And then with how things turned out in pre-final, Snyder's right now in good control. If Klein can make up some ground, he can change those times. He's trying to make up some ground now. He goes to the inside of the 9. Tutwiler trying to hold on as Klein tries to make some moves back there. Top 3 starting to pull away a bit as a result of that. So the top 3 now have a buffer because of the 4-on back fight.
Yeah, that's going to be a big breakaway amongst these drivers as Klein tried to pick up a 2-for-1 special, could not make it work. He'll drop back in line and see what they can do, but right now, Tegan Schneider has help from the 2 TKG Borellards as they pull away further from the rest of the pack.
So they are fighting like crazy back there. Tutwiler and Klein currently how they're organized in terms of 4th and 5th positions here. Klein needs track position, and he needs it quickly. They are losing time and fast after having to chip away the gap over a few laps to have a shot at the race lead in the first place. Mole trying to take a small poke up front, elects to go back in the choo-choo train. Klein still trying to set something up on Tutwiler to try and get the 4th position. But Tutwiler has proven to be a hard cart to pass once you get him into a good rhythm.
Absolutely. Here comes Adler Klein trying to set something up here in that first hairpin. Not able to do so here. Has to back off, try to see what he can do in the second run as the 2 Borellards are just trying to see if they can work together to get around Tegan Schneider with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Big run coming here from Klein. He tries to see if he can give a little bit of a push to Tutwiler to hunt down your top 3.
They now work their way down the back straight away. Coming up to 2 minutes to work with on the clock. And Furnish has been running good all day today. Eli Furnish previously had a disqualification in round 3. Keep in mind that's seen him lose points in the overall tally by the end of the day. Rookie racing driver looks solid today. Now they're fighting again. Here we go up front again. Furnish is in the lead in once more. Leighton Mole able to fall on through. Snyder shuffle back to 3rd.
Absolutely incredible run right here amongst them as they try to set themselves up for the run. And here he goes. Tegan Schneider tries to put the pressure back on the 2 Borellards, but Furnish and Mole just being smooth and also go on the defensive as you saw right there. Mole try to show the nose to the inside of Furnish.
All of them trying to fight pretty quickly here. An error move to the inside. Leighton Mole tries to pull onside. Furnish loses ground. And here comes Tutwiler and Klein. Tutwiler nearly to the grass to avoid contact. Furnish gets uprooted back to the 3rd position. And now everybody's joined the party, all from one send.
Here they come. It is now a gaggle of 8 carts here ready to take on the few positions left with 40 seconds, 3 laps to go here for Mole. He's doing everything he can to hold on to that position, but Schneider is going to go on the attack to try and get that position away. Here he looks to the inside, can't go anything yet as Adler Klein is doing everything he can to get around Tutwiler.
Sorts of squabbling still. Can Tutwiler find his way to break up the red carts that have sorted themselves up front? Coming to 2 laps to go. Tutwiler still on the push on Furnish for now, along with Klein as they make their way down the straightaway. Tutwiler now pokes to the inside. Not able to get to the rear end of Furnish though. Instead, Klein takes the run, peeks his way to fourth. Now he's gotten by Tutwiler after lap upon lap of fighting. 2 laps to go in this final for 206 Jr.
Here we go. What will Mole do? He's got to be careful. He's got to white line it around this track in order to take on and hold on to the race lead here as the field enters into turn number 2. Schneider trying to find that opening to get the race lead back away from Mole. Heading into the hairpin. Will he put the bumper? No. He will stay tucked up behind, try to see if he can set something up here through the second hairpin.
Coming on through with a lap and a half to go. They try and sort together. Looks like the gap building up for Leighton Mole. Can he hold on is the question. Snyder has a good head of steam built up coming out of turn 11. He builds up the run. Snyder likes to wait. Likes to try and make sure there's limited variables instead of going for the send. They're going for sends behind him. Klein jumps up to third step of the podium, coming up to the white flag this time by. It's Mo and Snyder to determine the race lead, or can someone like Klein close up for kart lanes in 1 lap? The answer is not going to be easy because while Klein looks one way, Furnish takes him the other. Defensive line taken by Leighton Mole. Snyder tries the high side.
Snyder tried that big run and gets momentum on his side. He's got a good run heading down towards that first hairpin. He's going to try to see if he can go around the outside, cross him over a little bit, set up for that second hairpin. Not close enough at all. He has to be careful now because here comes Adler, Klein, and company as they work their way through. Eli Furnish also in the hunt. Here they come out of the second hairpin. Mole able to maintain the race lead for the moment as they work their way through the S's. So far, so good. But Schneider gets onto the attack. He tries to see if he can send it up the hill. Not able to do so.
One more opportunity. Here comes the chance. The send up the inside. Snyder goes underneath the 25. Leighton Mole loses the lead. Here comes some contact. Furnish trying to find a way to peel back Snyder. Mole tries to go for second. Side by side for P2. Snyder comes through the final corner. Will there be anyone with a late second pole? There's an attempt. There's a charge. It's a checker flag for Tegan Snyder by 54 1/1000ths of a second over Eli Furnish.
We got 2 drag races to the finish. There is a under investigation though and a penalty given to Eli Furnish.
Furnish blocking lap 7, turn 13 with Sam Tutwiler. So a penalty going. Go ahead.
I was saying he's also under investigation for avoidable contact as well.
So this could really shake things up for who's going to be on the podium later. But my goodness, another strong finish. Tegan Snyder able to pick up the W and get a sweep of the weekend. 206 Senior Braden Heber looks to try and get himself a victory after being so good in the pre-final yesterday before a fade off yesterday. Now he's got Hagerman alongside him. Addison Iannello next with Kevin Degenhart. Then it's Malay and Wyatt Deegan, Tanner Gorman, and Zach Smith. Bean Smith and Caleb Lenter are your top 10 here today.
How about this
Behind
also, Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, we just had a track record broken as well in your 206 Junior category as well by Adler Klein, a 107.899.
Blisteringly fast. That was set early on or late on in the race when he was trying to make passes. He was able to set a golden lap for how things have gone this weekend. That is confirmed to be a record per the pylon. My goodness, for Adler Klein's rapid pace. But 206 Senior, we've seen Braden Heber be really good here this weekend. Can he get it done in the final is the huge question. Taylor, what your thoughts here is? I believe we're waiting on some cleanup. So a couple of the drivers are still standing at the moment here in the paddock.
Well, Braden Heber is just going to be the dominant force here in your 206 senior category. It's going to be a fight here from second on back because Heber just has the pace over everyone else. So he's got to see what happens here amongst the competitors. I have to say, though, watch out for a couple of other further back. I mean, Heber, though, as long as he gets that jump start or that good start, he will pull away for like everyone else, like every other event he's done so far today in 206 senior.
See, to say the very least here, as the sun continues to now shine across the facility after earlier on's rain scatterness. Looking pretty solid in terms of the weather conditions now, seems on the outside. What are you telling a driver right now on the pit lane if you're amongst those down below, as it looks like they got the command to fire the engines?
Use your head, be smooth, don't make too many mistakes. Still a long race. You got a lot of time to work your way through the field, especially if you're in the back. If you're someone like Braden Heber, make sure you nail your start and nail your marks at every apex in order to stay ahead of the competition.
So again, engines have been fired, crew members being escorted away from their respective karts. Just about ready to go zoom and go racing amongst these fields here today. Just waiting for one more moment before these karts get the chance to go. Looks like some quick adjustments going on for one of the drivers real quickly before they get fully launched away. Hand signal is up in the air. And the light goes on. There they go. 12 karts in this field. Larry Pike and William Speck will be at the back of the field. But Heber looking to control the front of it. He's good at two different racetracks in this area, both in Cincinnati and over in Indiana. The Blue Warrior, he's fast wherever you put him. That's going to be the tough thing.
Absolutely. He is. That Blue Warrior is going to be one to watch. We've seen him compete so well up in Indiana as well for the Indy Karting Challenge event over at Whiteland, and he is also a force to be reckoned with here at MCC.
Almost set to go racing here. What's been a busy day of action here at the track. Going to get the edge over the others in competition. We're about to find out. Burt ready to control this field from his inside line. Part of these grooves over Hagerman. I know on Degenhardt. Degenhardt should say. In row number 2. We'll be reminded, wait to the blue cone. We've seen a few false starts here today after barely any yesterday. No falsies there. Dead even to start. We're underway. Heber tries to hold on to the inside. Gets clear. Ainello trying to find a way to poke forward a second. Instead, Hagerman shuffles in the line as it's a clean start up front.
Here they come. Heber is going to hold strong as your race leader as they enter in that second hairpin. And then the 91 of Hagerman really putting on a good showing here as he holds that second spot for the moment. But really from third on back, it is a fight and a dogfight indeed as these drivers jockey for position, finding out where they can settle in for these next few minutes.
Placement in the pack is going to be so important to, well, set up the whole rest of the way for these drivers. It's important to make sure you're with the group. It's important to make sure you're able to progress in said group. It takes so much time to recover from incidents, after all, in this sort of a race. Heber leads their way by half a second up front. Remember, in the pre-final, you win it by a few seconds. This short to medium run is so good in this 8-car Taylor.
It really is. He has got the pace here on these opening laps, but can he hold on for the end of the race? We've seen that time and time again for him in other events where he is the rabbit. No one can chase him down on those opening laps, but towards the end, other drivers start to reel him in a little bit. So Heber's just got to batten down the hatches, be careful, be consistent, and try not to burn up those tires.
All important steps, to say the very least, when it comes to this type of racing here today and around this racetrack. See right now the battle for second. Iannello trying to find a way to poke around maybe. Still hasn't been able to find a chip away mark to be able to get alongside, to be able to get anything done. Talked about Iannello amongst those getting some success recently in some of the national races as of late. Oh wow, Heber's nearly broken the toe of the rest of the pack.
Heber doing everything he can. He's been running fast lap after fast lap here in these past couple of times. He's trying to set himself up. Hagerman is staying consistently right there in the hunt as well, only a 10th off the pace. Iannello as well. So far, everyone running their fastest laps here as they work their way through. A couple of passes for position from 8th to 11th between Smith, Gorman, Larry Pike, and William Speck as they try to jockey for position.
A little bit of argy-barginess to the back of the field. But front of the field still staying relatively calm as the main group. Second on to about 6th or 7th. Muddled up. Will they make any moves soon? Iannello will try to. Able to poke to the outside. A look over from Hagerman. Iannello says, thank you very much. Let's go wheel to wheel. Try and make something work before we lose them. And it looks like a squeeze off into the grass. Hagerman goes off.
Yep, got pushed off here and it is now having trouble. He's going to drop all the way back outside of the top 5 for Hagerman as he's now going to have work to do. This gives plenty of room for Heber, though, as he has checked out to a 1.2, maybe even a little further now, possibly 2-second lead over the rest of the field of Iannello, Mall, and Degenhardt.
Separate out as a result of that one once again. So Iannello holds on to second for the time being in this field. No investigations popping up yet in regards to that. So we race on. Now already up to third spot. Degenhardt should say. Also right on behind in this pack. Meanwhile, if you look at the blue and neon yellow of Heber, he's just running 107.7. He's 7/10 quicker right now than everybody else in the field, Taylor.
He is putting down the gauntlet right now. We could possibly see him break some records here in 206 Senior as he tries to pull away even further from the rest of the field. Watching some of the drivers further back because Garrett Hagerman is just struggling right now after that off. He's got some dirt on the tires. He's got to clean them off quickly if he wants to try and go back up for a chance at the podium.
Significantly important if you want to be able to have a good race, absolutely here. You see just how much the takeoff speed is there right now. Everybody else in the choo-choo train just biding their time and biding their P's and Q's here. Don't lose any more positions here in this race. Remember, Deegan having to recover from earlier incident. Still seems to have some great pace in that car, at least. That 95 still seems to be in a great position with him already in front of Hagerman to be able to try and make some late race moves. Wouldn't be surprised if the 95 gets some passes done pretty soon.
Watching the battle a little further back here between the 46 of Iannello, Mall, and Degenhardt. They're trying every which way they can to work together and catch Heber, but they are running out of time with under 4 minutes to go plus 2 laps. Pretty soon, if this keeps up, they're going to be fighting amongst themselves for the podium.
Yeah, there is a strong chance of that at this point. I think at this point you can absolutely argue that the battle for the podium is now 2nd through 5th in this train of karts. Hagerman just is not keeping up as much as he needs to. Yes, some of the checkups are helping here and there, like right there in the midst of the corner. But he just has not been able to keep up when they've been more even on pace. Here we go again. Malik trying to make a move alongside Ianello. Ianello letting them have it, makes the move.
Ianello's being a little bit smart because they keep battling like this, they're going to lose even more time on Heber right now, which, I mean, it's pretty much just as long as Heber doesn't make a mistake, they probably won't be able to make up ground. But the fact is, Ianello saw that, didn't want to cause a mistake or more stack up, so decided to let the other two by. That will move Mullen and Degenhardt up to 2nd and 3rd.
Keep things chugging away in terms of that momentum right now. 2:30 to work with on the clock as they go. And just amazing whenever we go somewhere, in the 206 chassis in particular, Heber just seems to have some very strong pace, very good piece underneath him every time he goes around the region to be able to race and to be able to battle. He's set track records. He's a competitor that's raced in CK Grand Nationals competition, has been amongst some of the top drivers there. He is that stellar as a competitor, and we've seen it time in, time out, whenever he's been on the track. Purple lap last time by for the 8.
Watching on here with the 324 of Owen having a good run right now. He's got a little bit of a breakaway from Degenhardt. Addison Ianello trying everything as well to keep pace. Wyatt Deegan also there in the 5th spot. Deegan has surprisingly worked his way up through, picking up multiple spots, at least after starting quite a ways back. So we'll see what they can do here as they work their way through the field. A couple of other drivers also I'm watching as well is Ebeen Smith moving up 2 spots.
Smith able to keep progressing forward here. Ebeen Smith up to +3 for Owen Malley at the moment. Here we go. They are now making contact. Some sliding off the racetrack. Checks things up. Deegan forced to slow down a ton. Ianello drives on through. Now Hagerman bumps in the back into them. All sorts of checking up involving Malley and Degenhardt, making a bit of contact there. And now crashing. Now Hagerman has made contact with Deegan, and they are furious at each other.
Oh boy, there is some hand gestures and pointing out of what is going on between those two, and I'm pretty sure they're going to have a talking to each other once they come down into the paddock.
Well, Brendan Hebert's definitely gone, and then some. More than 4 seconds now.
With 2
the
laps to
entire
go.
second, the entire pack has completely crumpled apart like a ball of paper mache. Under investigation, Kart 3, Gavin Degenhardt, avoidable contact. So that's going to see them being looked at as a result of that one. Ianello is now 2nd, Malley up to 3rd, and they seem separated out. It's going to be down to the 46 or the 324 on what step they stand on the podium now.
Everyone's now spaced out pretty much amongst the top 3 drivers here as Ianello and Owen are doing everything they can to battle it out for that 2nd spot. And Degenhardt is now out of the race by the looks of it as well. under investigation still for that avoidable contact.
Coming up to the white flag, this time by Heber. Makes his way on forward to be able to take that white here. Final time around for the 8 kart. Just needs to keep it clean to get to the checkered.
Braden Heber doing everything just absolutely to a T, hitting his marks, pulling away from the competition, staying out of the trouble that's happening behind him. And he looks over across the track right there and still sees his competition has nowhere near him. He's just got to crest over the hill for the final time.
Blue Power Ranger does it again. Another powerful performance from Braden Heber. He makes his way to the final corner. The Kentucky-based driver does it again. Braden Heber comes out of the final corner and gets to celebrate. The 8 gets the win in 206 Senior. Picture time for Heber as he celebrates on the camera. Battle for second. Ianello gets the edge over Malay to be able to get that step on the podium. So your thoughts, Taylor, on that one as the rest of the field comes across the stripe?
Domination for Braden Heber and chaos pretty much from second on back. Some of these drivers being a little too aggressive. That would cost them the chance of a good finish like Gavin Degenhart. But overall, great racing here for your 206 juniors, or seniors, I should say. So we have one more 206 category up next on the docket for the cadet drivers. That's going to be a fun one to watch as well.
Yeah, gonna be interesting how those drivers now play things out for these cadets here. And so far, Hayden Lawson has been Superman. He's got a 50-point lead in the point standings over Drew Snyder. Now entering this race. That's as a result of those heat points now coming into play. The 10 looks to do it again though. Let's see. He starts the pole alongside Drew Snyder. Wyatt Huntsberger starts in third. Hunter McBride in fourth. Then Johan Karthikeyan. Then Colton Hoops is at the tail of the 6 kart field as the cadets look to rocket away and battle away here. Looks like these drivers just taking a few more minutes here to be able to make sure the last preparations ready to go, as things have stayed pretty smooth on the schedule here today after the threats of rain earlier on in the day here, Taylor.
Yeah, everything's been running pretty smoothly, even with the weather we had during pre-finals earlier this afternoon. Still, everyone going according to plan here. 206 cadets should be rolling out here momentarily. Then we'll have the shifters. Then we go through our KA categories.
And what stood out to you in terms of this entire weekend? I know you weren't here yesterday, but what stood out to you as this weekend's gone on here at this racetrack, and why?
Well, I mean, overall, it's been some exciting racing. We're at the halfway point of the championship here for the Motorsports Country Club Pro-Am Championship. A lot of drivers just making sure that they hit their marks, staying consistent, and some drivers that are on some recovery runs after one mistake. That's one of the great things about these 2 rounds this weekend, is even though you made one mistake yesterday, you came back and tried to overcome some situations. And for those who had good runs yesterday, struggling here to make sure that they get themselves ready to go and find a way to capitalize on others' mistakes. So we'll see how it goes as we progress further in the championship.
Let's take a break. When we come back, more coverage. You're watching Kart Chaser for coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Championship Series from Cincinnati.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Jr.
Bob John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil. They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kart's now getting the chance to fire here in 206 Cadet, as it looks like have a couple karts just sitting there waiting on the laurels of the others as the rest of the field makes its way forward for some racing action. About to have some fun to see what happens. Of course, Aiden Lawson has been dominant in these races. Will that continue? We'll have to wait and see what actually does break down for this field.
Watching on to see here as they get themselves set up for the run here to kick off the 206 Cadets. Heading down, a little bit of a slowdown from our competitors. Making sure, hey, let's double them up, get ourselves ready to go. Hopefully we'll have a clean start for the start of the 206 Cadet Finals.
They rumbled away to the course to get themselves all situated and ready to go here. Lawson all throughout the day and all throughout the weekend just ran away in these types of races. Will that continue here? Is going to be the interesting thing, I think, on everybody's minds now. Tram lines have been taken very patiently all throughout the day for the most part. Gotta remain patient. Now they speed up. The green is out, and we're underway. Lawson looking to clear already. Snyder trying to keep it up on the high side. Lawson clears.
Lawson now just has to hit his marks, and he will pull away from the competition here. And Drew Schneider will do everything he can to keep pace at the moment, but so far, it's your top three of McBride throw in the mix here as they get a good run, but McBride under pressure from Wyatt Huntsbarger for third spot as they enter that second hairpin. Trouble for one kart, though, who's off the track behind.
Didn't see the exact number plate out of that driver. I believe it might have been Hoops or Kart Kian. Not quite sure. So, coming up to 1 minute complete. Some off tracks going on in the battle for third. Huntsbarger clears on by McBride. McBride losing some ground as a result. Remember, McBride made mistakes in that exact same section earlier today. It's carried over once again here into this one.
It certainly has, as they come out of the final corner across the front straightaway, and the gap between Schneider and Hayden Lawson, it's about 0.7 of a second. Then Huntsbarger is about 1.8 back. So everyone now has to settle in, but this battle for third between Huntsbarger, McBride, and Johan is really exciting to watch.
So far, some great battling amongst them here in this one. Here comes Johan Karthikeyan trying to make his way forward in the red machine. Instead, he's going to have to wait, remaining patiently for now as he tries to set something up along the course. So, 8 minutes to work with, and no surprise, Lawson already about a 1 second advantage up at the front of the field. Schneider has a buffer himself, third on back, still a wrestling match.
It still is, and Huntsbarger is doing everything he can to hold off McBride and Johan. Johan putting a little bit of pressure right there on Hunter McBride as well. As they come out of the final corner, making the run. Will he try to set up a pass here? So far, the answer is going to be no. They're going to stay single file as they enter turn one. Johan showed the nose, tucks back in line.
Everyone just waits. Everyone just plots. McBride last time by was actually slower than the 9 card by 0.2 of a second. So he is dropping and fading back right now in terms of the average pace around the racetrack compared to what Huntsbarger is doing to be able to hold on in the 33 machine. About 3 minutes burned off the clock here as they rumbled away through the course. Still a kart length difference between 4th and 5th position. By the way, Hoops was that driver that did have that issue earlier. Hoops is still in the race, 42 seconds back of everybody else.
It's going to be a tough break right there for Hoops, as he is just going to have to consider this as a test session, learning more about the track. That way he can come back the next round and be ready to try to see if he can pick up some spots. 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Austin's crew is definitely going to be happy in terms of the speed this weekend showcase. You got a good driver, you got a great kart. That thing is dialed on in. What do you say if you're the rest of the teams here to try and take notes here?
Well, one thing you're going to look at is try to see what Lawson has been doing in order for you to make improvements on your racing line around the circuit. That would be the biggest thing I'd have to say for everyone in sec, from Schneider, Huntsbarger, McBride, and everyone else in this field.
Coming up to the halfway point just about in this race pretty soon. This driver's running 1 minute 10, give or take, on terms of lap time right now, by the way. What they're able to do here. Everyone staying calm in terms of the distances, in terms of the margins around the racetrack. Lawson still turning the fastest laps of the race by more than a second a lap. It's that amazing. But for Schneider, Drew Schneider's still in a decent spot with the championship. Just keep logging laps, be able to compete in the championship. If anything slips up for Hayden Lawson, right there to take advantage will be Drew Schneider.
Absolutely, or if even Schneider misses the race. So that could be a possibility as well, because Schneider has been there here as well, Lawson, but that's one of the things, is showing up to these events and just competing here, because you never know what can happen from the start of the event all the way to your checkered flag of the finals.
And it's really about keeping focused through that entire stretch. That's always a battle for many drivers. It's always a battle, at least for those that might have the short attention spans. that's where it's so critical. If you want to compete, you have to stay laser focused throughout the course of the run. By the way, we still have 4 minutes to go up on the boards here as we go. No changes, no position changes since the early portion of the race so far amongst these drivers. McBride, by the way, is still holding on in front of the number 9 machine of Johan. Huntsbarger has been able to maintain a buffer, though, still making McBride pay for that off track in terms of the distance between the two of them now.
Yeah, I'm watching Johan Karthikeyan as well. He is running identical lap times to Hunter McBride as the laps progress, so he may have a shot of taking that fight and having a run at the podium if one of these drivers ahead of him makes a mistake. Hunter McBride's also been running some quick lap times here as well. Huntsbarger, though, starting to fade just a little bit. Not enough to where he could be under attack from 4th and 5th, but he's got to be careful of how he places that kart around the circuit as they come around here. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go as Hayden Lawson sets another fast lap here. But still a second faster than everyone else. And Huntsbarger, McBride, and Johan set personal best here in this event.
Still flying around the racetrack. That seems to be the key emphasis right now amongst these drivers here today. Huntsbarger working with his father in terms of being able to set up these karts here. He's amongst those who also has a decent social media platform when it comes to several races. OVKA starts are amongst those that have onboard camera viewpoints. He's provided viewpoints all the way since he's been in mini Swift competition and micros. Just amongst those that provide different perspectives here and have a social media presence. Many drivers in general have a presence to be able to show what they can do, and in general, just be able to race at a track like this.
Absolutely, as we watch on here amongst these competitors, as it's now under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Everyone's just trying to dial it in, get themselves ready for the finish, learn what they can here, and so far, big run coming here from Huntsbarger and McBride as they try to work their way through the field.
Minute 30 to work with, plus the 2 laps to go in this field here as they go on. Drew Snyder already amongst the drivers that did double duty in terms of the classes earlier on today. Earlier did not take part in the latter of the classes for the pre-final, though. So it becomes the question if they end up putting him in the final to make sure he scores the points or not in that respective grouping here. He's amongst the drivers that is local to the area, runs that nitro kart, seems to be comfortable in the said nitro kart, to be able to log laps and be able to compete in the green machine. He's maintaining a buffer of a second plus or so over Huntsbarger, coming up to 2 laps to go.
Here we go. 2 laps to go coming up for our drivers here as they work their way through. We're watching McBride having a good little run. Schneider there comfortably sitting in the second spot. No pressure whatsoever for him. As there you saw Colton Hoops just out there logging laps here to wrap up today's action for your 206 cadets.
All lock themselves down the straightaways now. Make their way through the snail corner. Through areas of the racetrack as now it's going to be 2 laps officially for Lawson. Lawson outright dominant yet again here today in terms of what he's done all race long, in terms of being able to pull away, in terms of being able to maintain distance, in terms of being able to just control things. It has been Lawson's world, and everybody else has been living in it in terms of this class so far. Going to be turning double-digit laps in total here today in this grouping, but overall, his fall-off band only 0.4 of a second. Some drivers have fallen off already as much as more than a second in a couple cases here and there. So he is mightily consistent. So it's going to be Lawson ready to finish things out here. Coming up to the white flag this time by. Final time around coming up for the 10 kart. He looks to finish off domination station here today.
Across the line one more time around here for Hayden Lawson, as he just has been superb from start to finish as he looks his way through, checking around, making sure he hits his apex, sending it off to the first of 2 hairpins for the final time in 206 Cadets.
Has a chance to actually lap hoops if he so chooses, potentially. If there were any more laps, we might definitely have seen that. But Hayden Lawson just needs to make it through smoothly through the course for one more half lap. Come down the hillside, come through 12. Now rumbles up to 13 and 14. He's just hit the bottom of the racetrack and make his way through the opposite way on through. So, checker flag ready up in hand. Checker flag up on the boards. It's Hayden Lawson who dominates. He picks up the win by 11 plus seconds. Drew Snyder and Ryan Huntsbarger the top 3. Hunter McBride in 4th. Johan Karthikeyan in 5th. Colton Hoops rounds out your top 6 here, Taylor.
I mean, really good run for Hayden Lawson. Incredible drive for him. Drew Schneider as well. Give him a round of applause. Huntsbarger had to hold off some hard charges as well in his run, but was able to pull away from McBride and Johan. And hopefully for Colton Hoops, he's able to take back some of that data and come back next race to put on a stellar drive for him in future events.
So, shifters are coming up next. And what will they do? Remember, 2 of your contenders crashed, Taylor. You don't see that every day, where 2 of your fastest karts crash. It was sprinkling rain at the time, but now it's a matter of seeing how things go. It's going to be Doug Duff, Layden Mole, Jeff Carroll, Nikolai Dukov, Raleigh Pegram, and Eli Furnish. Remember, Furnish did not take part in the pre-final. Take a step away. Those drivers are now stewed up and get ready. Pro Shifter up next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Karts are now on the racetrack after a bit of a delay. And now we're all set for some shifter. Looks like we have most of our competitors on circuit for this grouping. Just waiting for third spot to pop up on the timing screens. Outside of that, everybody else ready to go. Expectations for shifter here today, Taylor, for the final, should say.
Well, I would say keep an eye on Dukov and Riley Pegram. They have some drier conditions to deal with now, so I have a feeling that they will try to work their way up through the field as quickly as possible. But Doug Duff, with him being smooth and consistent during the racing in the rain, might have given him the momentum he needs to put on a good show here in the shifter finals to try and challenge for a race win here.
So many ways this can actually go here. This pack. As they get ready to line up for the gears. Looks like they'll get the extra lap to be able to warm up their tires, as to be expected usually. We did have someone further back in the lineup regardless, so it's very critical to make sure your tires are up to temperature. That's why usually these drivers get that extra time to make sure there's no issues with the rubber, make sure there's no issues once they get through the gears. No one likes cold tires.
No, especially with these shifter karts, no one indeed likes cold tires whatsoever. So they're going to try to do everything they can to get as much heat in them, get the grip ready for them, and be ready to work their way up through the field as they work their way over into the start zone.
Get all sorted out here. It's going to be interesting, especially with drivers like Dukov and Pegram losing some track position previously. See where they officially place these cards, because right now they are scored in a different manner. Remember, it was Duff who was able to steal away a win. Dukov and Pegram finished 4th and 5th previously. And because of the stall situation, it looks like we're going to have Dukov be second instead. That's going to be huge for the whole shot. Let's see what happens. Looks like they're set up, waiting for the lights. And one in the grass, and we're underway. That's Fordish with some tire spin. Already gone. Dukov with a big lunge away for the rest of the pack on the whole shot.
Absolutely. He's going to try to work his way through, and Dukov pulls away from the rest of the competition. Riley Pegram trying to find her way up into second. She's got to worry about getting around Leighton Mull and Eli Furnish, who are up there in the hunt, as well as they make the run over towards the side-by-side for second. Between the 00, that is Doug Duff, and then, of course, the driver of Riley Pegram in third.
Indeed, so How much can Pegram try and close up at the huge thing? Some drivers really missing the groove right now in the rumble areas as they go to the right liner sections. Some drivers drifting four-wheel like Dukov and Pegram separated by 2 seconds already. That's how big that line placement was for Dukov over the 72.
It really is critical. How will this all play out amongst these two in these next 8 minutes and 45 seconds as Pegram has some work to do.
So what do you do if you're Riley? What do you do to try and close this gap? Because Riley Pegram took a win during the weekend by this type of a gap before over Dukov. Today seems to be different.
We know she's got the pace. I don't know what adjustments they might have made yesterday, but she's got the pace to where she could hunt down Dukov for the race lead. We'll see what the times are as they come out of the final corner across the line. Dukov a 54.8, but Pegram responds with a 54.5. So she's back on track for right now. She just had to settle in, find that line, and get set to run away and make the charge towards Dukov.
Take a lot of work by Pegram. She just set the fastest lap time so far in the race by 0.3 of a second. Gonna need to do something similar each and every time around here. Pegram's gonna have a chance to pass by Dukov and take top marks in this race. Right now the gap 15-20 kart lengths between the two of them with how things are shaping up amongst them on the racetrack. Duff, by the way, well and comfortably in the podium positions. Not in the same ballpark on pace, but it's still 2 seconds quicker a lap just about than Eli Furnish. Another purple lap, it's another 4/10. Pegram's knocking the time down.
1.5 seconds separates those two at the moment, and they are really kicking in the afterburners for both of them, setting personal best times. In fact, everyone last lap set their personal best as they come across the start-finish line here. Pegram really kicking in the afterburners as she chases down your race leader of Nikolai Dukov.
Now the time knocked down, you can see it visually. At least 2-3 kart lanes gained in the course of a lap alone, make it 4 or 5. Really good in the final sector right now to be able to chip away that deficit. 6 minutes to go. Riley Pegram using all the space on the track to close. Another purple lap, this time 0.6 quicker.
She is closing in. It's now under a second separating your top two here, and she is really kicking it in. She's got a good run out of that hairpin, tries to set herself up for a run out of the second hairpin. It is now down to about 4 kart lengths between your top two as they snake their way up towards the top of the hill.
Here we go, coming up the hillside and down it. Gap is now to under 7 kart lengths. Make it 6, make it 5. Make it also bright for Riley Pegram. 5.5 minutes to work with. And it's easy to catch. It's hard to pass, Taylor. How is Riley going to set up this pass here? Because it's inedible. This time by only a 10th quicker, but she is still on a clip to catch up to the 2:37.
She's doing what she needs to do, just eking away at that gap as best she can, and she is doing so. Now she's just got to try and time that pass right in order to get around Dukov for the race lead. Look at that much out time she picked up there out of that second hairpin. It looked like Dukov got bogged down, maybe missed a ship, and here comes Pegram. She's got a good chance to try to set up for a pass as they come down the hill towards the boot. She'll look to the inside, side by side for the race lead, and she will complete the pass.
Another move made, another big run. Riley Pegram closes up more than a second, just about, the course of a lap, to retake the race lead from earlier on in the weekend. Now looks to set sail. Riley Pegram showing why she's got the fastest speed in the drive. Yeah, almost had to wonder if she was just trying to play it safe, making sure to save the kart with the rainy conditions earlier, and then still have the incident. It seems to have been the case now that it's dry. It's a rocket again.
It is a rocket ship indeed. Still setting fast lap after fast lap here over the rest of the field. She's trying to hold on and get a good run and continue and sweep the weekend here in Shifter. She snakes her way through the toe of the boot, coming up towards the ankle, and then rocket her way out of the final corner. 3 minutes and 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go for them. As they come out of the final corner, here they come across the line. What is the time? 54.1, a 54.7. It's now over a second between your top two.
She's doing what we were expecting from earlier on in the weekend. Absolutely here. How things are looking on this racetrack here. All of this as well, by the way. Duff, comfortable in the podium spot. Yeah, Leighton Mole's taken over 4th spot, though, instead of Eli Furnish. Furnish has dropped to last in their shifter. So Duff, at the very least, will get a chance to be able to step on the podium and get some photos taken and get a trophy.
Good run for Duff right now. That is just trying to hit some lap times and running pretty much consistently around his best lap times around the circuit. As just as I say that, Dukoff sets a personal best, about 0.2 faster than Riley Pegram last time by.
Still 0.7 that deficit, though, as we still follow along with Duff, just in the midst of loneliness world. Lots of separation to think about things. Very comfortable. Furnish, by the way, is done in this race. He's now 2 laps down, so the 04 is now off track. 2 minutes to go for Pegram to finish things out over Dukoff on circuit. 2 more times around, or rather 2 more minutes around, plus the 2 laps.
Keeping an eye on the gap between those two. There you see the 100, and there is your race leaders now. Last time by, it's now back in the favor of Riley Pegram. She was about 0.3 faster than Nikolai Dukoff, and now it's up to 1.1 seconds, and lap traffic up ahead. They try to get around Jeff Carroll. Pegram does a great job getting around Dukoff, trying to do the same, and is stuck behind the driver of Jeff Carroll, and that's going to cost a valuable second there for Nikolai Dukoff. Still in trouble, can't get around.
Still losing ground.
Look at the gap now. That is 3 or 4 seconds at least.
Traffic give it, traffic take it away. What else can you say potentially there with some of that right in that sequence with Carroll? No issues for Mole, letting on by the race leader. Less than 50 seconds to work with. Pegram, I've noticed, has just been letting this kart slide around in almost treating like a drifting kart. Just been able to slip and slide on through on speed, let it hang out. Loose is fast. What else can you say? The rotation is where she wants it.
It really is. She has set this kart up perfectly with the help of the Trinity Karting Group. And Pegram racing here as they work their way over. This should be maybe. Nope, I think we're going to have 3 laps left to go. Nope, maybe 2. By the looks of it. Yep, 2 laps to go.
It's 2. Yep, it's 2. Just changed right down the straightaway. 2 laps to go for Riley Pegram to close out Shifter. This will put us past the halfway point as well in our race schedule here for today. Just has to make sure no major issues, no crashes, no spinnies, no unfortunate rainstorms, nothing like that. Just needs to focus on the road. No lap traffic for days to deal with.
Here they come up through the top of the hill to get the white flag for Riley Pegram. And it looks like Dukov is just going to settle in and get that second spot.
Coming up to the white flag, this time by Riley Pegram, ready to finish things out in Pro Shifter. Pegram not going to get a max points day, but will make up some ground in terms of positions in the standings after what's been a busy day for their kart. Today's race likely to put Riley Pegram somewhere around the top 5 overall, if not top 7. But depending on what happens the next 2 round dates in terms of the weekend groupings, there might be a showcase for the championship. She missed out on points in rounds 1 and 2 after all with her rear world schedule. And now Riley Pegram will schedule a trip to the top step of the podium. Riley Pegram gets the win in Shifter. Second goes to Dukov. Duff in third spot will be the last driver on the lead lap, Taylor.
Give a round of applause to Doug Duff to stay on the lead lap here for the finish of Shifter Racing. But now we approach the halfway point, and it's time for all the KA cars and the IAME engines to head out onto the track.
Yes, indeed. You see those lap differentials up on the pylon. Gotta love the new graphics here this weekend, making their debut for Kart Chaser Grassroots. And our next competitors getting in position, it's KA100 Master. And the Kutchers are the story, Andy and Chris. Andy so far continuing to win, and more win. Join Nuzell. We'll start alongside Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy, and Neil Hamilton. The 6 karts that will take part in this field. And we've seen some battling so far today in these classes. Will anything happen to open up the floodgates for the race lead? We'll see. As the sun umbrellas still stay out in full force. Looks like these crew members just getting ready as some of the engines have already fired here. Waiting for the command to be able to hit the racetrack. That's the only thing holding them back from hitting the pavement. Here we go. Away they go. Bye-bye, race control director. Bye-bye, pit lane official. Bye-bye, crew members. We're set to go racing here.
We are indeed, Justin, as they work their way out onto the circuit, warm up the tires for one warm-up lap, and get themselves ready to go racing once again here as they set themselves up for another fight to the finish between the 2 Kutcher brothers. Basically, who gets to have the bragging rights at the dinner table tonight?
I don't think they're brothers. I know they're related. I don't want to speak out of turn. They are related. I think they've mentioned the family connections. I will double check that before I say where that connection is. But I will say, they have emphasized the importance of family in the racing business, and they're ready to do battle here soon, Taylor.
Absolutely, as they snake their way over out of the boot, heading over to the final corner to double up, and ready to go racing here for the first 10 minutes and 2 laps. Into the start zone they will go, and we'll see how Andy and Chris will do it. Joey Nuzell right there in the hunt as well to get himself ready for maybe a chance to take the fight to them and maybe have a chance of winning here as they enter the start box.
There's 3 Kutchers, keep in mind, in the family. There are the family members of Andy and Chris that have that relation. You also throw in the nephew into the mix too. That is Alex. Right now, the 2 of the 3 ready to battle it out. Chris and Alex with a good start. We're off and away. Chris up front.
Big jump right there for Chris Kutcher as he sets himself up to pull away. He's got Andy right behind him, and Jennings moving up to P3 after a great start.
Seeing him working with crew members before getting things fired off and away. Now they make their way on through. How fierce will this fight be up front? That's the question. Looks like Andy just letting the ride for now.
Just settle in, get yourself ready for a long 10 minutes, and then maybe try to set up something towards the end of the race. That's what we could possibly see amongst themselves as they work their way through, but really good racing amongst themselves as they come out of the final corner to put the first lap up on the board. And already Andy Kutcher setting the fastest lap of the race.
That's while in traffic too. That kind of showcases just how quickly things are going for the family members. 2 of them continue to squabble it out. Bit of a block now from Andy. Chris still holds on from now. By the way, Jennings looking comfortable in the 3rd position. Hamilton, Newsell, and Leahy busy battling for 4th on back.
Newsell must have not had a good jump there on that start of the race to be able to that far back, because normally we would see him right there in contention with the Kutchers at the end of this, before this race is over with. But right now he is struggling for position and a little bit of grip. He finally gets back to P4 and sets his sights on Damian Jennings.
What's up, Cross? Yes, they are brothers, by the way. Just triple check that back once again, just to make sure I have that back correct once again. But these 2 continue to run away as brothers and control things in the field. See right now how things look behind them. Right now, Hamilton now back in 5th position. Newsell has already been able to make up a spot in 4th. Seems to be pushing in the red number 11.
He's got a big run out of that hairpin. He's going to try to set himself up for a pass up at the top of the hill here. And as they do so, here they come, cresting over. And here comes Newsell. He'll try to send it in on the inside. Nope, stays tucked up. And he sets something up out of the final corner and drag race. A little bit of a slide, though, right there as they enter the heel of the boot.
Here they go, side by side. Andy to the inside, looking to pass Chris. Chris lets him go. Andy to the lead. Here comes Chris back on the sand up the inside. Chris retakes the lead. Andy tries to set her across. Can't get it done.
Yeah, it looks like Chris was like, I will let you lead that lap, but I'm going to take it right back when we get settled back up, and now start to continue to do battle here as they enter that second hairpin. Chris Kutcher, Andy working their way around, and Andy will settle back in 2nd place.
It'll settle on down in terms of the rhythm. And one of the major things, too, that I know over the years these 2 have discussed with the community is trying to get the chassis right, because there's a lot of communication in terms of things like cart pulse, as some may say. Though they have a history back there and trying to get feedback on the carts. For a lot of these brothers, it's for them, I think, also not just about the family side of aspect of things, but also making sure they have the right equipment underneath them in the first place. Trying to make sure they get the right brand, and also getting a cart that has X amount of time maybe on it before it goes off to the land of local racing.
Absolutely. As we watch on here, you see Newsell and Jennings going at it once again. There you also see Hamilton right there in the background of these 2 as they come up to the top of the hill. So far, no challenges at the moment, but they're going to try everything they can to have a good fight as we watch the leaders work their way through.
right now, Newsel has been able to close on up for third spot. All while the lead, here we go again. Andy sends it again. No crossover this time from Chris. Andy actually going defensive on the brother to make sure he can't get alongside. They regroup as Andy Kutcher leads.
Good drive right there by Andy and Chris. They are still being very clean with each other, but still putting on a great show here in your KA100 Masters. Coming out of the hairpin, they'll make the run. Nose to tail, no pressure whatsoever from anyone else behind them because they're racing, but they're racing smart. They may go side by side, they may try to battle a little bit, but they don't allow the gap between himself and the rest of the field to close back up.
Four minutes to go here in this field as they go and as they run. Keeping an eye on the battle for third still. The 11 now within about 7/10 last time by the stripe. Now lost some ground in the final corners this time around. The separation still stays at 7/10 of a second. Looked like for a few laps that Joey had found the pace, but no, instead has now just broken even. Instead, and this seems to be the tough thing, you know there's a lot of draft pull, but there's only so much you can do if you start losing some ground here.
It really is, and you see that happening between Newsel and Jennings, and you see him get that run, but it seems like he's struggling off corner exit to get the up toe down these long straightaways for him to go and challenge Jennings for the third spot. As you watch the Kutchers work their way through over towards the toe of the boot. No one really setting anything up. Hamilton and Lee are also having a good little fight for the fifth spot.
Good little fights in this race. It's not that bad of a race here so far for the Masters. Andy and Chris have again been able to go back and forth. It's showing Chris takes the lead early on. Here comes the run for third we were waiting on, though. Zell is now within a cart length of Jennings. Zell, those who did not take part in the first weekend of the season. Today, he's making it competitive. Jennings took it wide for a moment. Zell trying to get a diamond line set up to build some momentum. Get some speed ready in that cart. No passing section for them yet. Andy and Chris stay single file in their respective pack. Meanwhile, you see them zip on by, no issue. On the other hand, the other battle, you see that on the bottom side of your screen. No lunges, but Jennings playing defensive for third.
Keeping an eye on watching the action here as they come across the line under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. I would say about 4 laps left to go in this race as they work their way around the circuit. Newsel trying every which way he can to catch back up to Jennings and try to set himself up for a pass, but so far not working out for him. He gets a good run out of turn number 2, and he's going to try to set up in the hairpin, not close enough to try to send it in deep here in the corner. Tries to go around, sets it up, not able to.
It's a lot of knots, it seems, right now. How do you break the knots and can'ts and won'ts and will nots and stuff like that and turn it into an I can in terms of making a move here?
Well, right here is a good spot for him to try to turn that knot to a can as he shows the nose, but not, I don't think he's comfortable enough to make those passes just yet. And also, I think he's waiting. There he goes. He'll try to crossover move around the outside. Now back in line, he will go. But Newsel nearly had the opportunity to get third back away.
Still trying to defend well, all while Hamilton and Leahy are separated by 2 to 3 cart lengths in their respective fight on the racetrack. Stay stagnant in terms of their respective fight for now amongst them. Newsel all of a sudden lost a lot of ground here. Hold on one moment. He was close up. What happened to the deficit? It's gone up dramatically here as we looked away for 1 split second. The 11 has lost all the progress.
he must have had a bad corner exit or something, got a little loose, because that is no way he can lose that much time that quickly, as he's trying to now have to hold off the charges of Hamilton and Leahy as we come around to get the 2-to-go signal for the Kutchers.
Two laps already taken. Now can Hamilton be able to upset the 11 machine? There's so much opportunity for him to take a step on the podium today. It's gone for naught in terms of that run. Should I say? See what happens here. Andy and Chris separate by about 0.8 of a second on the racetrack. Andy again flexing the speed muscles amongst the two of them here. As they come up to the white flag this time by. Andy Kutcher last time by set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:65. Now is ready to shine to the white flag final time round.
He was almost 0.2 faster than his Chris right there last time by, so he's going to try to set himself up for a run here as he continues to pull away from Chris Kutcher as they head down into the hairpin for the final top time, and he is continuing to stretch out that lead. Meanwhile, Newsel is trying to deal with the pressure from Hamilton as they do battle for the 4th spot.
Coming up to the checker flag this time by the 296 of Kutcher. Andy specifically about to finish off this one in a strong way. Coming through the final sector. No mistakes, no slides, no problems. The Kutcher comes away to the final corner. Andy gets it over Chris to get the win in 100 Masters. And Jennings able to get the podium. Nuzell in 4th. Hamilton and Leahy round out the field in this one, Taylor. Andy able to get the edge once again for victory.
Another victory for Andy Kutcher in the Red Speed machine. Chris Kutcher tried everything he could in the beginning, could not put it together though towards the long run of this event, so has to try again the next round.
Try it one more time. Able to try and get an advantage for a race win. We'll see amongst this field. Let's take a break. You're watching Kart Chaser for coverage from MCC Cincinnati.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to the show. It's time for more Pro-Am Karting Championship action from MCC Cincinnati, where we have 2 karts. 2 for the minis and the micros. Are you excited? We are. It's going to be interesting how this field fares out in the next few moments or so, where it's going to be Jacob Katowski, then Wyatt Huntsbarger. Drew Snyder was the DNS in the pre-final in the mini for that respective run. So we're about to see what's going to potentially be an intriguing one to see if Jack Katowski is able to grow the gap similar to what he did earlier on. Outside of that, it's about getting some track time amongst these 2 karts you see on screen.
Absolutely, Justin, and we'll see how it all plays out amongst these 2 as they come around to start this race and line themselves up. Unless they already are started to go racing. Yeah,
I believe they have. We just had yeah, there was a scoring issue. That's the reason. I knew we went green. It's just the scoring had a bit of a hiccup. That was odd indeed. But Katowski's already up on the first lap by 1.2 seconds, so let me say this. The weather's been able to hold out all weekend. I know people were concerned about rain, more rain, then some more. It stayed very nice, the weather here this weekend.
Yeah, but take a look at the clouds in the background. I'm trying to see. Hopefully they keep going the other direction and not towards the track. Because if you look in the background, just behind where that American flag is on this camera angle, you see a big cover of rain coming off that way in that area.
Yeah, and that could be potentially a factor if that weather does absolutely hit. It is projected to rain a little bit later on after all, in terms of the schedule. But rain clouds do whatever they want to do. It's weather. You can't control the weather. But you can control the controllables, that is yourself and the kart here, Taylor. So for the most part, these drivers on the racetrack just continue to just have fun as they log laps.
Absolutely. These drivers just need to get as many laps in and hope that the rain stays away as they work their way around the circuit. Currently, it's a 3.1 second gap over Jack Katowski leading the charge over Wyatt Huntsbarger. There you see the gap as they slide it on into the boot. And so far, so good for them as they keep on logging laps and just learning what more they can for adjustments to hopefully work their way up progressively through the rankings of karting.
Indeed, here's a look at Katowski. Zip, zip, zippity, zip. And the crew members giving signals in terms of adjustments Katowski can make to learn for future races right now. The crew members making sure to treat this like a real-world situation.
Absolutely. Just learning what he needs to do as far as adjustments he may need to make, how that kart is handling, and also just watching on and having the crew members telling him, hey, use your head. It may be only 2 of you, but you can still make a mistake.
What are some of the things you would be telling from the pit wall if you were one of the crew members right now, or a crew member in general for these types of races?
Well, for this situation right now, just be smooth, giving a little hand signal to let them know, hey, easy on your steering input, easy on your throttle. Just make sure you do not lose control of that race car at all.
I know there's adjustments you can make too on the kart. I know that's something that especially Amarillo, lots of team members did before. You see that right there in terms of giving them commands to keep on going. Some of these drivers might have the opportunity to adjust the radiator in terms of the gauges, dress carburation. There's little things you can make adjustments to make sure you can find a little bit more speed in it.
Absolutely, and for someone like Katowski, this is something he can be doing to make adjustments for future events here at MCC or any events that he may plan in the future, and just learning what he can do, what adjustments he can make on the fly as he works his way around the circuit. Just approached the halfway point with 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
By the way, Huntsberger full 0.8 seconds back with how things have gone right now on the racetrack. And keep in mind, still 2 more KA100 races to go on the schedule. Those KA100 races expect to be a bit interesting in terms of battle for the race leads. We've seen some fireworks in junior and senior / pro-am throughout the weekend. What are some of the thoughts entering those races to close out the day?
Well, we know for a fact the senior category, we know some tempers were flaring towards the end of the pre-finals there. So will we see them calm it down a little bit, make sure they make those needed moves that they need to do and not be over-aggressive? Or excuse me. You'll also have to keep an eye. Oh, I'm back.
Yes, welcome back.
Yep, well, what I was going to say is that these drivers also have to realize what adjustments that they can make for them personally. Keeping a cool head is be the biggest thing for a couple of drivers in these next 2 races.
So much that can be done in this sequence of races. 7.2 seconds now, the separation, by the way, as we go for now. Still going to be a few more minutes of racing to go in terms of how these karts just try and finish things out the way they can by running the laps as strong as possible. So, you can hear in the background some of the crew members going along in terms of the preparations here. Crew members working hard to make sure there's no issues with the karts for the next races here too. Making sure everything's ready because you want to make sure you're fired up and ready for as soon as you get the command.
Yes, you are. You want to be ready to roll. You want to be ready to hit the gas and get onto the track as quickly as possible, but also be mindful. Keep looking at the weather as it's getting closer. Now it's starting to get a little more cloudy here around the track at the moment. Remember, we were at sun when we started this race. Now we're getting that cloud cover back out. That's cooling the track. So now these drivers are having to think how the grip level is going to be when they go out onto the circuit, and that is something they're going to be keeping an eye on here.
It's going to be on everybody's watch right now in terms of this intensity to finish out the day. Now the parents going to be happy in terms of seeing their children having fun here. And yes, it's a lot about driver development. It's about learning. It's about a lot of things. For these drivers on the racetrack, it's about having fun too. Because for some, being on the racetrack is the #1 thing in the world to do.
We do it for the love of the sport. That's all I can say when it comes to that.
What's your favorite example when it comes to the karting scene or when the racing scene, when it comes to the love of the sport?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, here at Kart Chaser, that's what we do. We do this for the love of karting, to help ignite people to understand that the karting community is a great stepping stone for drivers who want to work their way up through the ranking and of any form of motorsports, whether it be sprint racing, whether it be the dirt racing, whether it be even enduro racing that we'll have later on with the 200 lapper that we'll have at Newcastle here in a few months' time. So it just showcases the many different driving styles that help out with these young karters and those who've been doing it for decades here on the national or regional or even here at the club.
Down to 30 seconds on the clock. We'll get an extra lap here, it looks like. 3 laps to go for Gutowski. And it's always about, to me, being able to interact with those in person, especially with being able to learn how these drivers tick, how to approach the track, how a lot of these teams develop. It's like a family down at the pit area. You can describe in the big races. Whenever I've been to the racetrack so far with Kart Chaser, and that's the big thing. It's you make friends, and a lot of the young drivers like to have fun. It's not about, I'm your rival. This is NASCAR Heat Evolution. Let's raise the rival bar or the friendship bar. No. For those younger down, it's about finding people that you love to race against and just love racing with. For a lot of these drivers, it's about making friendships along the way to develop throughout their careers.
And as they do so, the 2 lap to go signal is out, and these two friends of Katowski and Huntsbarger are at it once again, ready to go finish out this race here in the micro division. As they do so, coming out of the final couple of hairpins, they just have to get around this track. And that's one of the fun things when you see these young kids in the micro, mini, or cadet divisions. Even though they may be hard, tough competitors amongst each other on the track, when it's all said and done, they're all out there throwing the football around. They're all playing games with each other out the racetrack, and it's great to see that camaraderie amongst these young drivers.
Coming up to the white flag this time by Jack Katowski. Controls things up on the front of the field. Wyatt Huntsbarger holding on in second. Already good to go for the rest of the running order here. White flag on the board. Final time around for the 92.
And as they do so, here he comes.
I think we both had the same thought. Katowski ready to finish things out. Is that thought process right now? Coming through the final corners, Jack Katowski. All throughout this race is led, dominated, saw, conquered, all sorts of words and phrases. Coming through the checker flag, Jack Katowski will take the win in the micro. Micro Swift goes to the 92. Wyatt Huntsbarger is the other kart on track. Let's look top to bottom in terms of this field. 13.3 seconds. That's a big interval to close things out. But that leaves us with 2 more classes to go. KA100 Jr is next up on the docket. Here's how they start. Nico Katowski, Howard Klein, Alex Kutcher, Robert Lash, the first 2 rows. Simon Phillips and Alejandro Gallego. Caleb Sircone, Lyle Beck, and William Richard are the 9 drivers in this field. A lengthy one amongst this field as we continue on with these competitors here. Let's get all sorted out here in this one. So now it's going to get interesting if we see a dogfight like yesterday in this final. That's the big thing.
I have a feeling we may see that dogfight happening here. We know for a fact these drivers are hungry. It is the only last 2 races. We know Katowski and Klein are some of the strongest competitors in your KA100 Jr category here at MCC. Kutcher, Lash also are going to be ones to watch as well. It is going to be exciting. Thank you all for tuning in here to catch the final 2 races here on Kart Chaser Grassroots. get set to see these two classes here at MCC do battle.
They'll get all sorted out for this field and what's been an interesting day for these competitors. MCC Cincinnati. They'll just get all geared up and lined up for the tram lines. They've been keeping it conservative to get to those lines all day long, keeping it slow. Race meetings, after all, emphasized importance of stuff like this earlier on today and throughout the lineup. Remember, they aren't going to be using the same layout the next time we go racing. They'll be the short layout only for the next time out for these competitors. But they are ready to go. Katowski and Klein staying close together. Now they get in the tram lines as they are all set to go. Here they go. Green light is out. Klein got a better jump. Katowski still gets the edge with the shorter distance around. Lash tries to get around Klein. Klein loses tons of ground, clears on by for second. Third on back, loses tons of ground too.
How about that hornet's nest in about 4/5 on back, and it is just drivers jockeying all over the track trying to find their opening and get in position to settle down for these next 9.5 minutes, but already for the driver of the 892 of Katowski, just going to continue on his way. And as they work their way up to the top of the hill, it is some really good fighting for position from third on back. As they crest down the hill, it is going to be Katowski leading the charge. Lash in the hunt and Kutcher, your top three.
All squared away each other right now as they make their way around the racetrack. Big separations for now, but will those last? Right now, Klein is staying in drafting distance of Katowski. Going to take a couple laps to get things coiled up, but Klein looking for points right now. Kutcher holding off Phillips in the battle for fourth position as well. We mentioned the Kutcher brothers earlier on today. Those family members, now the third of them, ready to try and battle to see if they can get on the podium here.
He's going to try everything he can to do so, as he's got some work to do, but a great drive as they come out of the second hairpin, approaching up to the top of the hill. I see yellow lights, though.
Don't think we're yellow. No, we're still racing.
No, we're not. Yeah, we are, but I just saw it flashing yellow right there as they were approaching that S. Is a little weird right there, because we are green still on the track right here, especially at the boot. So everything is clear to go as they work their way over towards the top half of the course and across the line with 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Right now,
watch
6-7 kart lengths. Yeah. I don't see any yellow lights. Apparently, it's because one of the drivers crashed in turn 11. That might have been what you seen there, Taylor.
That might have been indeed, and by the looks of it, Lila Beck, who is not on the track anymore. Tough break for her, but also it could be William Richards, also, who has not come around to make another lap.
Lila Beck confirmed did not even finish the first lap of the race. Richard has not come around to complete the second one either. Just did, in fact. Might actually be in risk of being a lap down at the end of this race with how far back they are on the racetrack. Nico Katowski looking very good right now, but Klein is in the drafting range. Or was. He just lost some ground. Lost 3/10 that time by.
Trouble right there, because he did not run anywhere near his personal best. He was a 10th off the pace, while everyone else like Lash, Kutcher, and company all ran faster laps than Adler Klein by about 0.2 of a second, actually, Kutcher did than Adler Klein, and he is closing in on this battle as we watch Kutcher and Lash jockey for the third spot.
Trying to dart around and try and sort out those positions here. work her way to the fixed cam. No major sends yet. Kutcher trying to see what they can do, maybe to get up to Klein for a little bit, then figure out if they want to make a move from there. Just trying to think, just trying to set something up. That's got to be the critical thing. As now, see them close up as said. Kutcher can do whatever he wants right now, and right now what he wants is be patient.
He's the fastest driver outside of your race leader, Nico Kwiatkowski, as well. So he is putting in some great runs here. He is trying to see if he can go and work with Robert Lash to hunt down Adler Klein, and then may try to go for a run for a second place.
Coming up to 5 minutes to go on the clock when they come across the stripe here. 5 minutes to work with. Right about 1 minute equal lap times at the moment on the track. Right now, Beck the only DNF in this race so far amongst the field. Kutcher still within 3 kart lengths. Now closes up to 2. Lash looking to unleash the pace. Yet again, was one of the faster drivers of the racetrack, gained 2/10 on the 878 last time by to be able to build some speed.
Field works their way around as we watch this battle for third between Lash and Kutcher. Kutcher, they're starting to make a little ground as Adler Klein, though, trying to see what he can do to try and hunt down your race leader of Nico Kwiatkowski, as so far it's only still at 1.3 seconds between your top two. Lash really hasn't gained any ground at the moment. He's trying everything he can, but with only 4 minutes to go, I think it's safe to say that Kutcher and Lash have a lot of work to do if they want to chase down your race leader. And just as I say that, Kutcher sets fastest lap of the race.
Able to set a 1 minute 0:54. That's a couple 1,000ths quicker than Adler Klein's personal best from previous. That still hasn't set him up for the pass quite yet amongst those drivers. That's the tough thing. You can have the pace. The draft can absolutely help, but you need to be able to set up a move efficiently to get the job done. There's that kart stop that you're referring to in turn 11, by the way, in the backdrop. They zip on through. Klein just working as a bridge between the two packs, if anything, right now.
On here, so far the gap is now down to 1.2 seconds, starting to taper off now between your top two as far as lap times. Kutcher is also still running some fast. He was a 10th faster than your top two. Robert Lash ran a personal best last time by, as well as they're trying everything they can to try and catch up to second place of Adler Klein. It is 1.4 the gap between those two.
Rumbling along and trying to finish things out in this race. That's got to be the focal point for Nico Kwiatkowski as we go along here. They are just about in range to lap by Richard in the final lap or so, potentially. Kutcher all over the rear end. Now loses some ground off quarter exit. Pushed hard in the dirty air. Pushed him up a little bit. Forced him to tighten a touch bit. Under 2 minutes to go. Still 2 kart lengths now the distance as Kutcher tries to rewind the run and build up more speed for the straightaways.
Here they go, heading down into that hairpin, and you see the run. Kutcher's trying everything he can to hold off Lash. Lash tried to send it in deep, not close enough to try any pass for the time being. But how about Alex Kutcher on a tear here to try to get a podium finish?
Working forward here. Klein almost 2 seconds back with how things have gone, by the way. Everything's more closer to Kutcher and Lash that have now swapped positions here. Kutcher, just to zoom on by. There goes Richard peeling onto pit road. Kutcher on the podium. Can make it all family members on the podium here. 3 laps to go. Mistake in the corner. Here comes Lash. Lash to the inside. Peels back to the inside. Resets. And Lash looks for another dive. Up through 4. Gets to the numbers. Gets alongside the fenders. Kutcher fends him off a second time.
Great defense right there by Alex Kutcher as he holds off for that 3rd spot. He gets a great run off that hairpin and now sets himself up to go up to the top of the hill with at least a 2-cart advantage over the driver of Robert Lash. As they come up over the hill, Lash now tries to get a little bit of that toe, a little bit of a bobble right there as he hits the bump coming over that hill, sends it in, tries to see if he can get to the inside for a crossover. Not able to do so. He's got to try again as we come around to get the 2 lap to go signal, this time by.
2 laps to go. Nico Kwiatkowski has dominated this race. 1.6 seconds up, built a buffer from the opening lap and has not looked back. Klein has maintained 2nd, but it's still on for 3rd. Another look for Kutcher. Lash tries to hold on for now as Kwiatkowski continues his storyline of trying to finish out with another win to the weekend.
Great drive indeed. Sets fastest lap of the race as he takes a quick little adjustment on the carburetor. Works his way through. And those bright neon gloves, you see them just working away at the wheel, being very smooth, not doing too much of a moving around, just setting himself up for each corner. Out of the final corner for one more time. White flag in the air.
Quick adjustment for Kwiatkowski. Didn't see something he liked on the Micron. Now he gets grip rolled off from around the racetrack. The domination station for the 892 here today. But the national levels better drivers this season and for the past couple seasons. Kwiatkowski just needs to survive a few more corners to be able to get to the top step of the podium here today in this action here at MCC Cincinnati in the Pro-Am Karting Championship. TKG going to be happy at the end of this one. He makes his way to the final corners. Nico Kwiatkowski comes through the final stretch. Route 13 and 14 with no issues. Nico Kwiatkowski dominates to win in KA100 Jr. He does it by about 2 seconds over Adler Klein. Robert Lash gets 3rd back as he's able to step on the podium. Kutcher rounds out the top 4. Phillips, Gallego, Sircone, and Richard all finish this one out. Liable back as the DNF. Richard should say was 5 laps down after the peel off, being laps down as well. An exciting one, Taylor, but that leaves us with 1 to go.
And it's a good one here. It is time for the final event of the day, your KA100 Seniors. And all of them are ready to roll here today in an exciting fashion. Will we see the rivalry bloom? Well, Justin, we're going to find out here shortly.
Let's take a break. On the other side of the break, we go racing.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Race.
Yes, let's start a kart race indeed. KA100 Sr is now on the racetrack. It's time to see how they will start things off here today. 13 plus, ready to go. So, the field gets sorted out and ready to go. Carter Thompson picked up the win in the pre-final. Controlled things over Will Steele. Ryan Miller and Rush Gary will start alongside. Then it's Isaac Gardner and Gavin Dagenhart, Brennan Heber and Jacob Pennycord once the front runners. Marcus Matchun and Michael Maker should say. Start next. Bottom in the order is Natalia Simbel, and then it's Shane Hambrick. Rounds out the grid here in this one. Just about ready to go racing, Taylor, for the final time. Are you excited?
I am excited. We're happy to have you all here with us for an exciting day of racing here at MCC. And we're put off with the KA100 Sr. Justin, let's turn them loose for the next 10 minutes.
Green light is out. We're underway. Already starting 3 wide for third. Side by side for the lead. Steele from the outside. Thompson from the inside. Contact as there goes Steele on through. All well. Dagenhart gets himself a good start. A great start for Steele as he leads the pack.
Already just trying to find their way to get themselves situated for these next 9.5 minutes as they come into the second hairpin. So far, that 875 machine of Will Steele leading the charge. Then you have Thompson right behind. It is a TKG Varellart 1-2 at the moment. But watch out as Rush Gary, Miller, and Dagenhart all there jockeying for position as we see a couple poke the nose out to see if they can try anything. That, of course, one of the drivers being Braden Heber and Petticord.
Miller also trying something, but it was a small little poke at best. That's going to work with the crossover as one driver chimes the tire, but already 1 minute burned off the clock. Petticord trying to search everywhere in the battle for 5th position with Miller. Has already dropped to the tail end to 12th spot. Thompson has now gone to focusing on one thing. Stay in a line and work together. Break away with TKG. They played this strategy before in this series.
You saw right there Degenhardt giving a little tap on the helmet there to Rush Gary, saying, hey, let's work together. Let's not try to battle too much. Otherwise, we're going to lose ground on the top 2. And that is what is happening right now. It is about 0.2 of a second separating second and third as a warning flag given out to Rush Gary for the tram lane violation possibly. So no penalty, just a little bit of a warning like, hey, be careful, don't do that.
Kind of didn't like one. They were near 3 wide maybe potentially with how they worked to start and finish the line. But things are lined up pretty close. Steele was quicker than Thompson last time by about 0.5 of a second. They've all pulled away from Degenhardt, Gary, and Miller, though. They're too busy trying to work together. Or see Miller trying to send it up the inside, hit the curbing. Caught himself some ground as he'll have to reset. Now he's got pressure from Petticord.
Gave a little tap of the helmet right there saying, hey, let's be patient, work together, follow me, I can lead the charge here, and so far that is going to be the case. Petticord and Heber are going to stay tucked up behind Miller for the time being.
Yeah, all of them scattering about, entering 13 and 14. No major overlaps this time as they run on through. A bit of off track though. Heber thought about a move on Petticord with that dust up. Instead, he just rides, ascend up the inside of Gary. Miller makes his way to 4th. And no one is working together. 3rd on back right now. The top 2 stay content with Steele and Thompson all working together. Everybody else have been having a wrestling match.
They certainly have been, Justin, and nobody wants to work together, and that's all falling into the plans of Steele and Thompson, the way they can continue to pull away. They are running fast lap after fast lap here, and so far no one has been able to help Degenhardt trying to go and hunt down your top 2.
Swap for the race lead. Thompson gets himself past Steele. Steele now rides on in the wings in the line. Goes from there. So it's now 1-2-3 TKG as Miller has found his way up 2 spots in a lap as well. Can Miller close up and join his teammates? Well, that would be the best of things for the top 2, but it sure would help everyone else in the field.
Certainly helping Degenhardt out a little bit as Miller helps able to pick up the pace quite a bit. He set fastest lap amongst this group inside the top 5. So that could be a big help for Gavin as he tries to stay tucked up behind Ryan Miller.
All of them work together in terms of their grouping still. Degenhardt still wants to reset, helmet down, eyes forward, focus ahead. Yellow visor banner. Halfway through the race, halfway to go. They now make their way through the course right now. Looks like Miller is indeed closing on up and chipping away the gap. He's giving whips a draft to Degenhardt. Whip a draft from Degenhardt to Petticord. Gary's been shuffled back to 7th after a good start.
How about Ryan Miller setting fastest lap of the race? A 1 minute, pretty much a 1 minute flat for Ryan Miller as he is closing that gap. It is between just under a second between himself and Will Steele.
Yeah, he is flying right now. He's gotten a big whip for the draft now all of a sudden. He seems to be focused up to be able to join the conversation. He was the conversation yesterday before the incidents bubbled over with a battle with Petticord. Looking for redemption today. Is there a chance that can come into play? We'll see. Petticord, that other driver, still just waiting behind the 903. They do not want to lose Miller. They do not want to let Miller just take the drive to the top 3 and never look back.
Absolutely. Tough break, though, for Rush Gary as we watch Braden Heber coming into the picture here. He is 7th. He's ahead of Michael Maker and Shane Hambrick as they come through turn 1.
Yeah, here's Gary now out of the race. You see him standing by the fencing right now as everyone zooms on by that issue in turn 2. Leaders making the way out of turn 7. It's about 7/10 maybe. That needs to be closed out for the 938 right now. That's to get up to second spot for Steele. And even without Petticord trying to make a move, Miller has indeed fully ditched Degenhart and Petticord on the racetrack. 3 minutes to work with, and now the TKG machines ready to battle it amongst each other.
They are ready to do battle here as they come across the start-finish line under 3 minutes to go, and across the line they will go. Everyone's just now filing in, but last time by, Ryan Miller fastest out of those inside the top 5.
He is slowly but surely closing that deficit and getting there right now in terms of raw speed.
Oh,
looks like another driver's pulled off the racetrack. It was not one of the top 3.
Nope.
Confirmation once they cut around next time by, as there's an investigation for Braden Heber for an incident.
Incident responsibility. My guess we'll find out with who when they all come back around, but a tough break there for the driver of Braden Hebert under investigation. Just trying to figure out who that could be.
For the next moments or so, top 3 now all tucked together here. The rest of the field dips its way on through on circuit.
I'm guessing
the
Isaac
answer
Gardner.
is Isaac Gardner. Both had the same idea.
Break. Yep. But how about Ryan Miller? He is now right there and has moved up into second place now. And he is set fastest lap of the race once again, a 59.8. He is going for Carter Thompson.
He wants to win. He wants to make up for yesterday. Could have been his race. Had led on track, but had the time penalty. Didn't have enough time to outpace the penalty. He was lightning quick at the end of the long run. And now, with about 3 laps to go, he's giving signals with Steele, wanting to see if he can make a move on Thompson. The 3 team members all are in control.
That's the one thing they need to keep in mind. You know, you are having a TKG Burrell Art 123. Do not mess this up, especially at your home track, because that is not going to be a good look. So Miller can race for it with Thompson, but don't cost it to where you can mess up such an opportunity as we see here.
This scene, if they can make forward. They kick up a bunch of birds somehow on the racetrack, but the rest of the field keeps going. 3-second time penalty. Braden Heber, incident responsibility. So Heber potentially could lose at least a spot in terms of the running order to close this one. 2 laps to go on the day. 2 laps to go. And what's been an eventful summer Speed'em Fest. Who's going to have the Speed'em to be able to find the freedom to the podium here today? Let's find out. Already the separation building up again as Thompson puts on the loud pedal and Steele is back in second.
Great pass right there from Steele to get around Miller for second place, and now those two are battling. That allows Carter Thompson to pull away from the competition here as he works his way up through the S's to the top of the hill. He will go. And Miller has to try something else. He's only got a lap and a half to make it work for him as they come down the hill once again. Will Steele try to send it in? He thinks better of it. Stays tucked up behind Thompson here as they come to take the white flag.
Coming up to the final time around, it could go one of three ways amongst these front runners. Who will it be? White flag is up for the board. Final time around. Here comes Steele. He's alongside with Thompson. Back and forth they go. They all switch lines. Miller swaps through. Miller swaps into the grass nearly. He drops back to third. Back and forth they go. On the final time around, it's Steele in front. Coming through the final sectors coming up here. Closely tight racing for the battle for the race win. Thompson, Steele, now having to go defensive. Miller does not play that game. Elects to cut to the inside. Nearly runs in the back end of Thompson. Steele hugs the curb. A cut through for Thompson. Thompson tries to get the pole. Looks to settle a run. Coming to the checkered flag. Side by side for the win. It is Steele who gets it done.
I'm guessing it's safe to say that. Guessing it's safe to say Steele stole that away.
Maybe so, but it's an eventful end to this race. Where in the end, it's going to be Steele who gets to celebrate the victory. Carter Thompson finishes in second. Ryan Miller in third. Jacob Petticord, Gavin Degenhardt in the top five. Braden Heber, Michael Maker, followed by Shane Hambrick, Talia Stimmel, and Marcus Batchum. Rounding out the top 10, Gardner and Gary, a part of the DNF list here in this one. Well, on that note here, Taylor, that wraps up the Summer Speed'em Fest. Your final thoughts after an eventful weekend?
Well, we dealt with the heat of summer. We saw the speed of every single driver who came out here to compete, and we saw some electrifying racing here today. And we want to thank all of these competitors for coming out this weekend on Father's Day and putting on a stellar show for all of you tuning in here live on Kart Chaser Grassroots.
With that, it's time to say goodbye. I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in, for everybody here at Kart Chaser. For our co-announcer today, Taylor Burris, Brad Dalton yesterday, I'm Justin Prince saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your Father's Day. You've been watching the Pro-Am Karting Championship from MCC Cincinnati.